Good afternoon, everyone. What is up? What is up? How you doing, Verdum? Yomi? Yusoi? Hope you're doing well. I got through that whole Greater Demon task this morning. Because, grumpily, it was too dang cold to wash the carpets again today. So, I'm basically gonna have to just keep punting that down the road until it actually is warm enough to do it. Which is a shame. Yo, what's up, Firewire? And Yomi, thank you very much for the 75 stream streak. That is kind of insane. Especially considering I managed to kill a bunch of stream streaks. Well, I'd say I killed, my internet killed by me DCing. It is what it is. You know when you're coming home, if I was just sitting on the sofa and saying, where have you been? That's what it felt like for you with the start of the stream. Wait, who's who in this scenario? Gonna try and keep it up while on the cruise? It's fine. We'll start a 2-week break starting tomorrow or something. Nah, I kid. I should probably take at least one day off at some point. The fact that literally every day I'm either working or streaming, at some point I need to take some time for myself. The problem is when I'm enjoying and very invested in the iron, I don't typically do that very well. But it's not going to be today, that's for sure. Because that 95 Slayer is kinda pog. Need to go make Ganodermic. I need to go perk Ganodermic. And then we need to see if we've got any holes in the Carapax setup. And once that setup's in place, we aggressively go for a node on Dragonkin task, and we go get G-Conk. That was a single seed planted by mistake. Oh well. What did I do from 85 to 95 thieving? I would have started on Crux Knights. I think I started on Crux Knights around 87. I basically did safe cracking from 60 something, like 64. Whenever I got the mystical sand seed from Crux Druids, which in hindsight was a waste of time. That seed is significantly quicker to get from Crux Knights. So don't bother going for it from the Druids. The wiki had the wrong rates, so I went and asked the JMod what the actual rates were and updated the wiki. Because the wiki did not have the correct info there for sure. Actually, those rates still correct on there. I'm always assuming that they're just gonna like revert changes. No, they're still there. Yeah, safe cracking to about like 87. Basically, I did safe cracking until I got the Master Thief's lockpick because I wanted that for for heists. And then I just moved on to pickpocketing from there. Since you can get pilfer points from heists now, it's arguable that you should just only bother with pickpocketing. Pickpocketing is faster. I'd say once you get to Crux Knights and onwards, pickpocketing is like easily the quickest XP. Also, I can't even hit up all the... What's it called? All the herb patches in a single Juju potion anymore. Yeah, I'm planting each like multi-plant multi-seed thing manually now, because I only want to be planting bloodweed seeds one at a time, but I want to plant whatever other seed I'm growing two at a time. I'm assuming that's an eternal magic tree there. Anyway, we just need to hit up the fruit trees, and then that's our farm run chore done for the day. Soon we'll be adding dragon fruit to this. But I always end up regretting using my banner on farming, because then I will end up needing it for something else at some point. Fortunately, I don't have to boost crafting anymore to make Ganodermic, because they reduced Ganodermic's crafting level to match the tier of armor. Weirdly, they didn't do the same for Dinosaur Hide. Dinosaur Hide is still like 93, while Ganodermic is 75. Even though they're pretty much equivalent armors to each other. Good afternoon, Danny. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, at some point I've got to actually sit down and make all these weapon poisons that I've been farming. A lot of XP to be gained there. But also, I need to get to 90 cooking, I think. So I can start making primal fruit pulp. And that's going to take me a while. I think the general plan is going to be to get archaeology up to 97 banner boost for the death mask, and get the bait and switch relic, which cooks everything you catch and gives you half the cooking XP for it. Between the time saved and the not burning any of it, the cooking XP should be pretty decent from that, at least for now. And then it's just a question of, like, do I be lazy and put on Porters and AFK the Ghostly Soul spot where you could literally catch like 500 fish in a single click? Would probably burn through porter charges. Or do I go to swarm fishing where it's a little less AFK, but you get much higher quality fish? I think I just start with swarm fishing, and then if it ends up being not quite AFK enough for something I can do while working, then I migrate to Ghostly Souls. That was the wrong one. Wanted Herblore Habitat. Yeah, I have so many supplies to use up now. It's kind of... I mean, it's nice to have all those supplies, but it is going to take just quite a few hours of actually doing Herblore. Which, I mean, that's not a negative. It's like... the more hours of Herblore, just in terms of like hours spent training the skill I have banked, the more book procs I get. on Herblore, which is very good. But it also means more semi AFK bank standing stuff, which is like the content I least like doing. I have a full AFK and I can do it while my attention is almost entirely elsewhere. Or something that takes my focus and keeps me awake. Oh yeah, I did a farm run this morning. I forgot about that. Okay, mushroom patches. Let's not forget about those. And then once we're done with this, we will go over our little progress tracker sheet. And we'll see what we still need to get done. Number one most important thing to get done today, though, is make Ganodermic and perk it up. One thing I'm kind of sad about with the way Reaper tasks have ended up working out is that I'm not going to be able to get an Amulet of Souls particularly early. Because, like, right now, if I start rolling Reaper tasks, I'm going to have to just skip through stuff like Raksha and the Catra that I'm just a bit below doing comfortably. So, that's kind of a shame. No work today? It's a bank holiday. And what's up, Rain? 18 minutes in, okay. What holiday? A bank holiday. It's basically a public holiday where no one should be working in the UK. Of course. Certain industries choose to ignore it because they get a lot of business on bank holidays. Not random bank holidays. It's specific Mondays throughout the year. Yeah, retailers realize that they get a lot of business on bank holidays because people aren't working, so they go spending money, right? So they end up just forcing people to work them, which I'm assuming is presumably illegal, but there's presumably some loophole that makes it fine legally. All I know is that when it's a bank holiday, I don't need to work. The early May bank holiday is meant to be in celebration of workers' rights. Yep. You only have rights for so long as they don't get in the way of profits. It's the TLDR. They make you agree in your contract. The problem is, like, they say, oh yeah, they agreed to it or whatever, and it's more like they couldn't afford not to agree with it, because what are they gonna do? Just not take a job? Okay, so I'm gonna try and roll a Slayer task to see if I can roll Ganodermic creatures. One second. 1 second indeed. Okay, I'm back. I had TLDR was I had a suspected scam call earlier, so I ignored it, and now I've just had a call from a not quite the same number but like similar setup, and looking up the number, it's one of those things where it's like a, what's it called, a virtual mobile network thing, which scammers will typically just rent a bunch of numbers from like in a block. So it's probably just that. Because I'm not expecting any calls. It's not from my landlord or anything, so. Yep, not expecting anything. Do I get May 24th as a holiday? I mean, it's not specifically, it's like not specific dates. It's like the first May of, or the first Monday in May. Although I'm pretty sure we have like 3 bank holidays in May. But May is going to be that month where it's like, how do you have another holiday or another bank holiday every other week? But then we won't have another bank holiday till like August or something. It's Queen Victoria Day in Canada. I mean, as Chris said, a bank holiday on the 25th of May. Oh, I've actually gained a range level by killing stuff in the catacombs. That's kind of funny. So upcoming ones. Oh, we don't have free this. We don't have free in May this time. It's just 2. So today and the 25th. And then the end of August is the next one. And then Christmas. Could have swore we had a 3rd in May. Or maybe that was just for the king's coronation. That was probably just for the king's coronation. Oh yeah, I don't know if you guys were ever like told this as kids, but like you always used to try whatever BS you could to get out of going to school, right? And at some point, younger me was like, "Oh, it's my birthday. Can I just have the day off because it's my birthday?" And it's like, I remember getting the whole lecture of, no, you don't get, like, you know, when you're working, you don't get to take the day off work just because it's your birthday. Well, my work now offers as a benefit an additional paid holiday day for your birthday. So that aged well. Hi, Doris. Hi. Oh, good jump, little girl. Good jump, little girl. Who's a good girl? Everyone who's not met her before, say hello to Doris. Doris is my little Pomeranian who is definitely not a cat. You heard me, you're definitely not a cat. No matter what people say. You like sitting on my keyboard like a cat, though, so I guess there's some cat in you. I also, despite doing 200-something Greater Demon Berserkers last night, I made sure to set my combat style to give me defense XP instead of magic XP. So I didn't rob you guys all of the 99s that we're going to be getting today. Because we should be getting Invention, Magic. I mean, definitely not Slayer. That's hours and hours and hours away. Okay, maybe it's just 299s. There's a bunch of skills all kind of converging on 99, though. Herblaw's almost at 95. Farming's almost at 95 as well. Archaeology I'm going to be working on when I go back to work. Divination's slowly getting up there as well. You okay, Bubba? Has your hay fever been playing up today? Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, baby. You've already had your medication, though, so I can't give you anything for it. She's sick? No, she's got hay fever. She's not got a fever, she's got hay fever. And she loves smelling flowers, which is an amazing combination. Isn't that right? Yeah. You go stick your head in a bush full of heather and suddenly you're sneezing all the evening. She loves the smell of heather. Yeah, she's not sick, don't worry. She's a very happy and healthy pom, aren't you? You just have hay fever. Which, I feel you, I got it too. Yeah, we both drew the short straw on that front. Which reminds me, I still need to take my tablets for hay fever today. She's a good girl. She came and gave me lovely cuddles earlier when I was doing what I was doing this morning was I was doing my Greater Demon task while watching One Piece. I finally finished Skypiea, which will mean nothing to anyone who's not watched One Piece, I guess. And she came and gave me some lovely cuddles while I was watching it. 1K episodes too many? I mean, I'm 200 through them. So progress is progress. Gives me something to do while grinding away. You enjoying it? I mean, sometimes it's kind of slow. Naturally, with that many episodes, there's some that are just very slow paced. It takes a while for some arcs to actually get rolling and get you invested. But I wouldn't be 200 episodes in if I wasn't enjoying it. There's just so many other shows. Yeah, but the one thing I always find watching a load of other shows is you finally get invested in them and then they're over. At least One Piece is never gonna freaking end at this rate. You okay? You okay, Bubba? I'm just massaging her fruit because it makes her feel better. Yeah, does that feel better? Yeah. All the good shows that don't get another season purely because of bad Blu-ray sales. There's a lot of stuff like that where it's like, hey, this is a really like real banger of a show, but it's like slightly too niche, so and had like a massive budget that it probably shouldn't have had. So then it ends up not making enough money to actually get another season. Next thing you're gonna catch up on is The Boys. The people my teammates at work have been talking some good stuff about that. I have not seen it myself. Okay, 329 tasks down. Let's go see if we can get Ganodermic creatures. You think The Boys is good for like 1 to 2 seasons and it falls off a cliff? Again, not seen it. Can't comment. Ooh, we're very close to getting the Slayer Helm stand. Glaciers or Black Demons? Well, I can't really turn down a bossing task now, can I? Let's go kill some Archglacier. Okay, the runes are... the runes are just about looking okay. I made a bunch more holy overloads, so I shouldn't run out for a while. This is what the extremes are looking like. Mostly missing extreme necromancies. I need more Grenwall spikes for extreme ranging. Need to make some more mud runes. So like extremes are mostly fine. But it's yeah. Let's hope the stack lasts us a little bit. Yeah, we can put the Slayer Helm on. On the note of that, we can actually go over here. We don't need any people in stone anymore. there we go. So that should be done by the time we're done with Archglacier. Okay, restore prayer, swap our spellbook to ancients, give Doris her Tritos. Yes, you heard me. Give Doris her Tritos. The way she just, the way her head just popped up, like, what? Doris. Oh. What? There we go. Doris. You. Would you like some Tritos, yeah? Yeah? It is dinner time, but maybe if I give you some Tritos, then Mommy can finish her nap. And then give you your dinner a bit later. Doris, Apple? Doris, come on. Hey, Paul? Hey, Paul? Paul? Who's a good girl? You're vibrating, Doris. Hey, Paul? You guys should see her with her button. Okay, I'll give you a couple more, but then dinner is gonna be soon. I don't want to be being sick, so pour. No, pour properly. Good girl. Hey, pour. There you go. All gone. Man, how many times am I gonna have to explain the concept of a bank holiday? Wait, I move that and put that there. Yeah, I can make this work. Okay, let's get a few Archglacier kills in. You can do Archglacier normal mode on a Slayer task and take advantage of the Slayer helmet buffs, but it will count as 5 Glaciers per kill, so. Why would you bank on holidays? No, it's a, well, I guess it was supposed to be a holiday for the banks, but. Wait. Oh, I have the wrong action bar. And I've still got, what's it called? I've still got Revo on. Well, that was a good start. You're just making a bad joke, you understand the concept? I figured. Okay, we're going into arms now. Pretty sure we're going into... Actually, it could be cannon or pillars. I think that's pillars. Which is a shame. I gave her some Cheetos, so... Although, looking at how she's staring at you... Yeah, I'm not getting it. I'm not getting away with that. Would have been wishful thinking. Load of crystal keys, water talismans. Water talismans are one of the reasons we're here. Also the, what's it called? We're also here for the Scripture of When, and any When pages we can get. Thank you very much for the 40 stream streak, drag. What have I missed? It isn't a bank holiday here today and tomorrow neither, unless government related job. I mean, it's not a bank holiday tomorrow, it's just today for us. Got third foot Gloomfire bow. Yeah. Go get a core? I have no use for a core. And the drop rate of the scripture is worse in hard mode, so like it's actively detrimental to even go to hard mode. Which is kind of a silly thing, but it is what it is. Yeah, I'm a little bit, what's the word? A little bit undergeared for hard mode, I think. Doris, what you doing? What you doing, Bubba? It's sick to have tier 95 dual wield melee. It's a lot of requirements, but yeah, you're not wrong. Oh, Doris, what's that? What are you giving her? Ah. Wait, she's eating her pills with that much gusto? Ah. You tried Crux Knights versus safe cracking? What was the outcome?
Good girl.
That was good girl.
Good
yeah,
girl.
It was.
Well done, you girl.
Safe cracking is way faster, way less AFK though.
Good girl.
That actually surprises me. Crux Knights are pretty good XP. Maybe because I was doing them while like working / editing at the time, it just felt like it was basically free. Is she stuck?
Give Tom.
What? Just headbutt the mic. Poor Doris. Well, the Pom has been kidnapped by her mother. That doesn't make sense. Yo, what's up, Sarah?
You can have her back when she's finished with her dinner. It's her dinner time.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have given her treats right before dinner. Yeah, Doris just Doris just got her Cheetos and is now off to have her dinner because I guess we spoil her a little. It helps if I overload. This is gonna get immuned. Yeah. I knew it and I still pressed it anyway. About to start your grind? What's the grind for today? I swear every day I tune in, you're doing something different. It's like you start a grind one day and you're just like, you're done by the time I see you the next time. There's no grind that lasts more than a day for you, man. Not in a like you give up on them kind of way, in a that you get them done. Yo, what's up, Tommy? How you doing? Did I just forget to refill my adren after? I think I just forgot to refill my adren after stalling Tsunami there. It's such an adorable emote. It is. Also, don't worry about the ent. It's not important. I just never sent it away after I did my farming run. The ent is so precious. With that walk animation, yeah. Oh, that's a... Ooh, that was painful to get that immuned. Don't worry, adrenaline grows back. Not quite on trees, but close enough. Surely this crits, right? Nope. This one? Still not quite. What the? Oh, right, yeah, the ent. I was just like, what the heck is the boss dropping oak logs for? Where'd the rest of the drops go, actually? Wait, was it just all coins and remnants? Coins, trove, remnants. Okay. Actually doing some 200 IQ ent tech? I mean, for herblore / farming, yes. For Archgalesaur, no. I can't wait to have Ripper Demons. I'm gonna hate gathering Ripper Demons, but I can't wait to have them. I did it again. Rippers on hardcore is Monka? Just don't die. Rip Coach? Wait, was one of Coach's deaths to Rippers? Oh. His last death was... Oh. Damn, that sucks. He brought a ring of life instead of ring of death. Yeah, I would be on the side of bringing a ring of death to Rippers. I think you've got more chance of dying to a mistake at Rippers than a DC. Oh, the pop-up. The pop-up and the 2 loot beams. Well, 93 defense in the bag. And another full Trisk key. How are we doing on water tallies? 1,000. Okay. I need about 6,000. Go open Trisks and hope for the dragon pick? But if I skip the dragon pick grind, then where am I gonna get all my explosive comps from? Tell you what, just for you though, I will go and open all of them when we're done with this Glacier task. You know, I don't know if it's worth even bothering reapplying Dragon Breath mid. What's it called? If it's worth even reapplying Dragon Breath mid Sunshine. Or if I'm better off just hitting the Dragon Breath without Combust. Without Combust actually up. This one's gonna be pillars. I don't think I get to... Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do that much damage to skip them. I would have needed like all 3 of those staff specs to crit. Temple of Amnesia, or you can just kill a single dwarf for the same drop rate. I mean, it is the same drop, the same drop rate, but getting it from the Trisk cave rock thing is cooler, right? Thank you. Jesus Christ. Apologies. Thank you very much for the follow, source code. I appreciate that. Apparently, I'm slowly dying. I could have swore I clicked the one at the... Could have swore I clicked the one at the back. And I misclicked the orbs. This is going excellently. It ain't happening? Not with that attitude. This is a really bad idea. We're even a 1 in 4 to 47 to get it from Hanto's swordsman there. No, he's talking about the dragon pickaxe. For you it might, since you spoon everything. I've heard this. I haven't had a chance to witness it myself yet, it seems, but I've definitely heard this. No, Fizok was talking about the chance of getting a dragon pickaxe from a Trisk piece versus killing a dwarf, I'm pretty sure. Also, ED1 sounds like a great place to go get comboed out by a couple trash mobs. That place is terrifying. I just realized I should be, what's it called? I should be bringing runes for... Smoke Cloud. People thinking that Trisk is a good way to get a D pick is hard cope. I mean, it's more just it's a possibility, and like, you may as well, right? There's no reason not to take the chance. Oh, you lived that. The same people that buy maps from merchants. To be fair, buying maps from merchant was pretty much the best chance of getting a red map. It's just getting a red map at all was kind of silly, or is kind of silly. But buying the maps from merchant was basically like buying your lottery ticket. If you've just got wealth to burn, you may as well have bought maps, right? Oh, we're just going straight into pillars. We're starting this, are we? Oh, apparently I went one tile too far because the tiny circle for sunshine doesn't even reach to the edge of its 7x7 square right in the like center lines. You used all your green maps Taiji2 farming? Yeah, I doubt most people did that. Huh? Excuse me? Am I hallucinating, or did I just dragon breath 4 minions and somehow hit none of them? That had to have been just some kind of like animation bug or something, right? Like I had to have cast it one tick out too early and it got on Archglacier instead of on the minions or something, right? They disruption shielded it? True. What do you mean I don't have enough air runes to cast this spell? What? Pretty sure I pressed Control 4 there. I don't need air runes for that. Guess it may have been I may have clipped Smoke Cloud in the same process. I don't know if that. Let's actually go grab Smoke Cloud. Also, oh wait, hang on. What? Hang on. I saw the ad thing pop up, and I was like, okay, ads are gonna start after this kill. No, they were playing through that. Oh man, what is it with this fucking OBS like the OBS chat window? And I don't get the 5-minute like warning of ads consistently. Gotta love that tsunami into an instant shield. Yeah, it gets old, but it's whatever. Into arms now though. Oh wait. There we go. Yeah, I should have just thrown a wild magic there. There was no reason to use the Asphyx, because now I need to... Now I'm not going to have that at the start of Sunshine. Yeah, that's going to have to get cancelled. Oh well. Well, I Tsunami and Smoke Clouded straight into a couple immune mechanics, so that kind of sums that up, I guess. God, I need rune pouches. Don't pull a Chev, it's fine, it's Archglacial. Safe deaths in normal mode, I can Chev all I want. There are people telling you to buy Trisky from Merchant when you only had 2 mil to your name for Drain Pick. Okay, now that's crazy. It's crazy anyway, back to luck. Yeah, this is gonna be arms, so I'm just gonna have to put the Asphyx into the arm. Man, the whole like animation of him like picking his arms back up and still being immune is kind of toxic, not gonna lie. Yeah, somehow arms are a worse use of Sunshine at the start than even pillars, it seems. Kind of feels like with the whole like stalling of what's it called? The whole stalling of Tsunami though, that I just need to throw down Sunshine like when I come in and just pray, I guess. Now, Last Command is already hitting like 30Ks. That's crazy. Get one more Archglacial in this task. I know I'm like stacking a fair few buffs that make it be able to do that. Stuff like Smoke Cloud, the Slayer Helm. I'm assuming Genocidal is working on Archglacial. I don't actually know. Are we just going straight into Arm again? Yep. I swear, I mean, I guess there are more. It is free bad initial mechanics to only two good ones. But it does always feel like you just end up getting kind of screwed. I guess on average it's probably better to stall your first son until you know you'll actually be able to get full use out of it. Ow. I expected to take a couple ticks there, not that much though. Yeah, there we go. Task done. And I did not see the genocidal buff on my buff bar, so I'm assuming does not work. Okay, back to hunting a dragonkin task, or what's it called? Back to hunting for either a dragonkin task or ganodermic creatures. Luna is what I need, right? I can't custom. No. I was about to say, why don't I just put this on my action bar, but it doesn't work the way you'd want it to on action bar. You can't redial your last NPC. Oh. We're about to get 99 invention when this garb hits level 12. Assuming I do have enough precious comps for a siphon. As good as Scavenging 4 is, it's just being real stingy with giving me precious comps. Okay, goblins all the way down the other side. Bank holiday? Yes, it's a bank holiday. Why do you think there wasn't a game update today? Ooh, wait, hang on. Isn't tomorrow new diables? Pretty sure it was said on Reddit about there being new diables coming tomorrow. I wonder if diable vestments are gonna be in there, or if it's gonna just be raw and ode. Man, I've barely used any VIP tickets. I think I peaked at like 51 of them. And we're only down to 45, so you don't need many of them at all when you're doing this method. Spiders are all the way back up the other side. This is why some people do this with like 400 quest points instead of only 300. So that they can like block either bats and goblins down there or spiders and rats. It massively reduces the amount of running around you have to do. But then you also have to get 400 quest points, and considering there's 469 of them in the game right now, that's a lot of quests. Personally, I prefer blocking goblins and bats, because then you just kill stuff in these rooms, and they're, like, lower level and a bit quicker. And also just the bats are a pain in the butt to click. Because when they turn to look at your character, the click box you can see of them is, like, really thin and, like, perfectly in line with the camera as well. I guess perfectly in line with how I happen to hold my camera. It's, I guess, the specificity of that. You just always end up naturally returning the camera to the same sort of angle. Never really think about it, but subconsciously you do it. I'm probably going to drop combat here and interrupt the dial. Nope. I should go get corruption shot at some point. I have too many things to do in my downtime at the moment to do it now. Between archaeology, fishing, cooking, herb lore, what else? I still need to pickpocket more blue charms. Yeah, still a lot to do. Also, at some point, I need to just actually get my butt on with runecrafting. Because it is... I can say I'm sandbagging it for Tears of Guthix as much as I want. But, I feel like with 2 more weeks of Tears of Guthix, like doing it today, tomorrow and on Wednesday, I feel like at that point, I should probably... what's it called? I should probably, Word's hard. Give me a sec. I lost my train of thought when I read your 120 thieving with a normal cape comment. Right. The runecrafting thing. Yeah, I think after 2 more Tears of Guthix, I actually just need to suck it up and go make a load of Impure Essence. And make a load of runes for, like, darkness and... what's it called? If you can get Memory Dazzle and Crafting's a Breeze, you mean Runic Tuna? Yeah. I have 2 of them. I got a Runic Tuna at like 9 KC at gate, so we're definitely sorted on going for the rune pouches. I just need to get the 80 rune crafting, make the crystal binding rod with wild runes, equip the dowser. get a few chronodes so I can put on Pouch Protector and Nexus mod. Actually, I think I still need to go make Nexus mod now I think about it. I don't think I ever unlocked it. And I think I'm gonna just use the attuner till I get my rune pouches, and then I'll go over to doing what's it called? Blood runes with polishing. Imagine having actual plans. They are very rough plans. I miss Shadow's Grace already, by the way. Like, I know my mage gear has mobile on it, but I don't yet have the enhanced Excalibur to have mobile on my skilling setups. Admittedly, I'm like 2 cooking levels away from that, so that's like a pure laziness. A pure laziness thing. Better than your plans? I mean, I typically log on in the morning with some kind of idea of what I'm gonna be doing for like the next week, rather than just the sitting there like, okay, what am I doing today? Oh, on the note of plans, oh, yeah. On no plans, I can update this plan because we got 95 Slayer, and we're working on Ganodermic. I'll be rolling Impatient today. Don't know about that one. Probably could go get it today. We're working on that. We are working towards Carapac at the moment. So yeah. Blue is the stuff that's like kind of in progress. Green's the stuff that's done. Red is the stuff I decided against doing. Which so far, the only thing I've like actually put on my plan that I realized was a really dumb idea was this thing up here, going and pickpocketing 3,500 fire talismans for summoning. Yeah, that was, I just made spirit jellies instead. That was a bad plan. You know, those goals aren't too out of date. I'm usually more out of date with that command. Dinosaur tooth is what I need. Because I can now upgrade the Slayer Lodge to tier 3, which gives a 6% damage boost on the island. And if we go down to where Lania Care is, there's the Slayer helmet stand where we can plonk our Slayer helm, and we now get the benefits of having a Slayer helm just passively. I don't have a link to the what's it called? I don't have a link to the flowchart or anything, because even though it's saved kind of through Google Docs, I can't share the flowchart page itself through you. I can only share a link to the file it saves to Google Docs, and then that tries to download it instead of just opening it in this page. So it's like not really very shareable. Okay, Lani, okay, what are we doing? Vile Blooms or Abyssal Demons? Vile Blooms are a boot upgrade. Okay, we learned our lesson from these last time. Bring some emergency food. but not as much as needed as you'd think. Do I need anything more than this? No? No, I don't think so. You know, I'm gonna just... Using a binding contract on a Slayer task feels dumb. Especially when it's not increasing my damage. Or increasing the speed of the task. If I was summoning a Ripper Demon, abso-freaking-lutely. I could never remember the perfect order of buttons to press. You don't happen to be able to use a dinosaur task at Raksha, do you? So, what I'm doing with the Slayer tasks right now is I'm basically going until I either get Node on Dragonkin, at which point I will just stop doing Slayer, get the setup fully prepped for Carapac, and then we'll be going and doing Carapac on that task. Or Ganodermic creatures, because killing them on a Slayer task is just better than killing them off a Slayer task. Dino task doesn't give boosts at Raksha, does it give XP? These guys hurt, but I should be able to sustain for it. Because they seem to do this weird thing where... Oh, come on. If that was literally any attack other than a combust, he was just dead there. Yeah, they seem to do this weird thing where they're either, like, hyper accurate and don't miss a single hit, or they just splash every single hit. And then it takes, like, just a couple splashing every single hit, and I heal to full. Like this. I just have to keep an eye out for the times where I just get railed. Oh, do I need to kill all 4? I might need to use all 4 spawns now. And I forgot to go unlock the Lorehound for the increased loot range. Nope, so it's either normal dinos or matriarchs. Well, I don't really have much to gain from matriarchs. Spear pieces? Spear pieces count as something to gain. Yeah, apparently I'm gonna need to kill 4 of them now. My DPS has increased enough that I go through 3 spawns quicker than they start respawning. Wait, am I actually gonna be able to reach all the loot spawns? No, I can't reach that. See, I'm like 1 tile out of range of reaching that, I think. Yeah. It's unfortunate. You end up going to Matriarchs in the future for Chandler's Ring, will I? Hopefully not for a long time. But also kind of sad that for as long as I'm a hardcore, there is 0 reason to care about ring upgrades. Yeah. If we ever get like an escape crystal like old school has, then I can start looking at ring upgrades. Or if I lose status, then I go upgrade my rings. But until then, the only way I have out of a DC is praying that I proc the Ring of Life. That's it. Man, I'm literally one tile range off of being able to loot all of them. You're 169 mil fire making? Where Bernie, dude? Where Bernie? Game didn't really not want to disassemble that. Well, so this is one of the mobs where I'd probably be better off using Darkness than Vampirism. But I just don't have the Necro level for it. Almost 400k XP an hour killing these guys. I'm getting a similar XP per hour here, like killing Vile Blooms, that I would get at Greater Demon Berserkers. Just to, like, say how good these things are now that I can actually kill them without relying on food. Because when I had to do this in, like, multiple trips, like, a task this long would have been free. Would have been free trips in the past. And the chance of huge boot upgrades. I should probably remember to re-overload. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. How's the progress of that PR that got raised for Alt 1? Wait, did it get merged? Oh, it was closed. Wow. Oof. Wait, it got closed? It got closed with no comment, no mention of, like, any alternative or anything in the works that means it wouldn't be necessary. Fuck, man. Well, I guess I'm just going to his branch and I'm just gonna I'm just gonna manually import his version and use it. That's kind of insane. Yeah, I've mentioned this in the past about how like Alt 1 is just very seems quite unwelcoming to people trying to help. So you know how buff reader's broken, and a load of people are sad because stuff like job gauges doesn't work, right? Which is still great plugin, Nadia. Terrible choice of name. But like a load of people are sad that like buff reader's broken, so stuff like if you use AFK Warden to track your overload, that doesn't work currently. And like there's been a bunch of people going into the RuneApps Discord and asking, you know, is it going to get fixed? And one of the people who's actually like got the developer role in the RuneApps Discord, raised a PR to pull request, basically saying, "Hey, I've got some code, I want it merged across with a fixed version of Buff Reader." And it was just basically declined. Is the TLDR? Like it was closed without comment, without merge, just declined. Like there might be something going on behind the scenes, but like that is kind of shit, I guess. I don't know what the deal is. My impression is that the guy who like maintains Alt 1 is kind of like, you know, has kind of moved on from RS3. That's the impression I'm getting. So it's like, just let someone else take over then. Like I know finding someone to do that now that we all know there's a plugin API coming is gonna be pretty dang hard, but if someone actively goes out of their way to fix something that the app is currently struggling with, why wouldn't you just say thank you and, you know, thank you and merge it, especially if you're not actively working on a solution yourself? I mean, he might be actively working on a solution himself. No idea. Like that's the Occam's razor thing is he's declined a version of the fix because he's got his own version of the fix that he's, you know, gonna be implementing. Hope we get equivalent of Quest Helper from Runelight and RS3. Almost assuredly with the official plugin. The amount of people that are demanding it, I genuinely think there's going to be like multiple versions of that plugin that come out on release, or that get submitted for approval on release. Don't know who's gonna come out on top with it. Maybe that's what like I didn't get involved in like the plugin API developer program thing that Jagex set up, because even though it is something I'm interested in, I will probably end up developing my own plugins, the amount of time you have to give something like a developer program like that to actually like make a meaningful contribution other than just waving your opinions around is not the amount of time I have available to give. So I wouldn't be able to give them anything particularly valuable, so it's better someone else. Like if there's like a limited amount of people that could get involved, better someone else with that time get involved than me. But I wonder if they're also like working on like a first round of plugins to to drop with the API. In which case, I could definitely see Quest Helper being one of those. Overload's gone? Never mind. Were you preemptively typing that when you saw the timer going down on my overload? I'd say you think the worst of me, but I invite this. I invite this. Yeah, I would not be shocked if part of the developer program involves making some like example plugins or like not first party plugins per se, but like initial release plugins for people to use rather than, you know, have everyone wait until like, hey, we released the plugin API and then everyone has to wait another few weeks for plugin devs to actually make something. Menu entry swapper's gotta be an easy target or true tile. Yeah, stuff like that. Or like, you know, customizable target indicators. Shortest path link with Quest Helper and you'll be happy. Yeah, menu entry swapper would be huge. Like, okay. Here's the thing that we have in our bank right now that's kind of like just an ever so slight pain in the butt, right? Some items you always want to be equip, and like say you're equipping a new armor set, right? That's not saved in a preset. You'll swap the bank over to the armor tab, right? But then the next time you open the bank, it'll stay swapped to the armor tab, but you won't want to equip new armor. So you'll start going to take stuff out, and then you'll be like, "Oh, I need to just grab an inventory full of enchanted gems to make Slayer rings to get precious comps," and then you'll equip a single enchanted gem instead. And then there's stuff like you've changed it to take one instead of take all, and then you go to take out runes to do stuff with, and you realize you've just taken one of like 7 different types of runes instead of taking the whole stack of all of them. Now, from even my short time playing old school on an iron, all my runes were always take all. My gold was always take all. But everything else was stayed at take one, right? Like being able to configure that default per item in your bank is huge. And that's literally just the application in the bank UI, not ignoring the fact that you can do it to every object in the world. Yeah. One thing that's kind of big with the plugin API is that presumably, since Jagex have actually mentioned this being a limitation in the past, is that Jagex don't have client-side config. Like, the way most plugins work in RuneLite is they'll just have a config JSON or something, right? Like Bronzeman mode, the Bronzeman plugin, right? It'll have a JSON file or something saved somewhere that has the list of items you've got unlocked. Whereas currently, the only way to do that with RuneScape's architecture is to save that stuff server-side and have that come back to your client in an update packet, which is why a bunch of numbers seem like they're really low. Like, stuff like the rune pouches only having 16k of each rune before that was updated. Like, people joke and say, oh, they just changed a small int to a big int, big deal. But actually, there's like a bunch of var bytes, I think they're called, which are then made up of var bits, and those contain all your character variables, and also like same deal for stuff like items and stuff, right? They have a certain amount of bits, like bits is the level this is decided at, to hold certain pieces of data, because it has to keep going back and forth between the client and the server. But if you just have this saved in a big JSON file locally, there's no network traffic overhead to that. You just read from the JSON file, it loads into memory, and then when you're done with it, it saves it back to the file. So there's going to be a lot of things that the plugin API is going to be able to do if it has that, like if it has the ability to write to local files and save to config JSON, even if it's like done via some kind of like application layer where you could only like save specific things, or it has to go through, like, rather than giving direct disk access, you instead tell the RuneScape client to save this to disk, and it puts it in a JSON file for you to like alleviate the concern of it saving a script file to your file system. But the ability to store stuff locally means that the game can just have much more persistence and like context awareness without having to worry about network overhead. So that's gonna be huge. Like even Alt 1 has that over the over what's it called? Over the base client. Because like Alt 1 just loads up browsers, right? Like if I load up my thing here, right? All these like auras and icons and stuff, these are all saved in what's called browser storage, which is basically just, for all intents and purposes, a JSON file that's saved in your browser. Just joined. What is this interesting convo's context? We're talking about the upcoming plugin API and like the kind of ways it's gonna have benefits over even like first-party solutions to some things. Like stuff like being able to, like with menu entry swapper, right? How you might want to always set certain items in your bank to always be take all, like runes and stuff, but you never want to take all of some other items. You always want those to be take one. So you can like set take all to be the default per item, but you can't really do that in the base game because there's no local storage. But I guess there is for the settings like this actual settings page. I'm pretty, actually, wait, is it? It might just be graphic settings. I know there's something weird about if you load up like multiple what's it called? Like if you load up multiple clients, they all load like slightly different graphic settings. And if you change the second client's graphic settings, then that only saves for the second client. I don't remember. I don't know if that's still a thing, but the TLDR is that most things, stuff like the contents of a rune pouch, or your what's it called, or your necromancy nexus, for instance, right? Those are saved as either item data or character data, and they're stored server side, and they have to keep being communicated back to the client side every time they update. And that kind of overhead is like not something you can just add, like throw loads of stuff on when, if you want to have like a bunch of retention for stuff like defaults for taking stuff out of a bank, right? Yeah, that's what we were talking about, how the plugin API should give the ability to, if not directly, you know, write anything to the file system, because that is a security hole that they would have to manage, but basically saying like, hey, I've got this object, I've got this object, I want to save it in a JSON file, this is my plugin ID, so then it creates like a JSON file on disk that has the plugin ID.json or whatever, and just saves it in there for you. which is not currently something they have the ability to do in the native client. Dork Knight, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, I wanted to take a full inventory of overloads. That exactly what I mean. But it's like these settings that you always go into your bank, and you always, every time you open your bank, you either have the wrong one of like take 1, 5, 10x all or whatever selected. You always have the wrong tab open, so instead of taking out an inventory of enchanted gems, you stick one in your pocket. Writing to app data locally should be found. Do you mean directly writing to RuneScape's app data or configs? I mean, the cache is... Don't think the cache is stored in app data. I think the cache is stored in my documents for RuneScape. But just in general, like saving something to disk so that when you close the client and open it again, it can just reread it. Oh, we're done with the task. Nice. No boots. Wasn't expecting to get the boots. It's just, it will be nice when we do get them. Okay, let's get another 9 tasks done. What PVM do I do? Whatever the account needs for upgrades is basically it. I mean, my concern on like a security figure is just allowing people to write anything to disk instead of like some kind of typed object that is then processed by jagex code to be saved in a specific file format, typically JSON. Because if people can write whatever they want to disk, then they can... Someone will find a way to write a script file to disk, and... Don't know. It probably not execute it, but it doesn't take... You don't want people writing arbitrary code to people's systems. Wait, hang on. This is the RS3 Quest Buddy dev that did this. Why did it get declined? Every app does that more or less. If it's open source, it should be fine. I mean, the plugin API, and I don't know what the requirement's going to be around plugins being open source, to be honest. Don't suppose you want a PVM? You're bored? Today I'm mostly focusing on Slayer, to be honest. I'm hunting for either a Node on Drankin task or a Ganodermic Creature task, because as soon as I get either of those, I'm going to be going to Ganodermic and Ganodermic Creatures and making Gano armor. Why am I after a task? To use the Slayer, to get the Slayer Helm benefits at Karapek? You might write some plugins if the API is good, but if the documentation's bad, then CBA. Yeah, that's been my main gripe with Alt 1 is a lot of my learning experience with it was just reading the source code rather than having any docs to work off of. I guess I also got to fix a couple things in the source code. Like, it currently can't read adrenaline if you have precise adrenaline values on, which I've got a fix for locally, but it's kind of insane. Meant for the Gano? Because why not? Like, my primary want is the Node on Dragonkin task, but if I get a Ganodermic creature task while hunting for the Node on Dragonkin task, then I may as well use that to go kill the Ganodermic creatures, because then I also get Slayer XP out of it. And I kill them a bit quicker. Yeah, it's kind of the same deal we've got with working with AI and stuff nowadays, right? Like, AI can spit out code that will compile and do things. Maybe it'll do what it said it's supposed to do. But actually, like, getting that set up in an ecosystem and functional and well designed, that's all the hard bit. Yeah. The main outcomes are basically the Node on Dragonkin task and Ganodermic armor. But I can get a Ganodermic creature task to get a little more benefit and a little more speed out of getting the armor. So I may as well hunt for the Dragonkin task first. And if I get the Dragonkin task, then I just say screw it, go get the armor and prep for Karapek. Context there was I went to Vault of Herodotus to decide what my style focus was going to be. Usually use AI for writing front ends and POCs or getting a general review of an app. I've found some decent use cases for it. But it is like you say, getting a general overview of something. Like I found some like general success of, because I've started working in a new React code base recently, and I don't know every single component they've already built, and I don't want to rewrite stuff they've already made, right? So when I say, okay, I want a component like this, can you list me all the ones you think would be appropriate? And sometimes it's usually one of them that it suggests will be good. Occasionally it will just list a bunch that are like the right idea roughly. Like, say I want a specific type of text input that has support for inputting handlebars expressions or something, right? It might give me something that's kind of close to it, but not exactly the thing that was already made exactly for that purpose, which did exist. So, like, yeah, it's one of those things where, like, AI can do, like, a bunch of the grunt work for you, but if you don't actually think about the output of it, you're not gonna get very far. Like, ironically, I remember this whole thing of like, like programmers are screwed, they're gonna be out of jobs because AI could just do their jobs for them. What we've actually kind of seen is that like the developers that were already doing well and were good at designing systems and like designing solutions, UIs, etc. They've just kind of started making more stuff per day or per week, whatever metric you want to measure it by. Whereas the more junior developers have seen less of a bump because they're spending the similar amount of time actually working on that bit as before. Yeah, I've definitely had a lot of cases like that. Like knowing when to put the agent away and just either play around with things yourself to get an understanding of them, or like you don't need to ask an AI to center a div for you, right? It's just it's the waste of a rainforest for no real gain. But it's really good at like processing just stupid amounts of text that would take me like instead of spending half an hour hunting through a bunch of different component files and control Ping for different like different file names to search for them, it could just give me a summary of a bunch of them in a couple minutes. It might not get the right one, but it might find the one I'm looking for. My main problem with it is it's just the lack of determinism is the killer. Like if it says, "Oh, this doesn't exist," for instance, I can't actually know for sure that it doesn't exist because it might just be a case that the AI didn't find it or it didn't show up in any of its greps. Because that's all it's doing, right? When it's searching for stuff, it's just grepping different values way quicker than you can. Because it's a, you know, it's a computer script. So yeah, I think ultimately it's just gonna end up being a tool. I've kind of resigned myself to the fact that I, need to learn to use it and get used to using it, because it's just gonna have to be like say in 5 years time, right? I go and apply for a new job, right? And they sit there and say, okay, we give all of our developers Claude licenses. Do you have any use working with an AI, like working with an AI agent? And I tell them no. And the next guy tells them yes. Who's getting hired, right? Oh, back to Vile Blooms. Give me them damn boots. The boots are like 1 in 2.5k even on task, just to clarify. It's quite a decent number of Vile Bloom tasks that we're gonna have to be doing. Oh, I didn't actually fix my my mage preset. That's what you're worried about? You're currently on the job market, but you've never done any AI-assisted coding? Ooh, yeah, now is a rough time for it, because, like, my company was very much like, okay, we're gonna wait and see what happens with AI before we jump in on it. And then Claude kind of came out and started, releasing stuff that's actually really dang useful. And people started playing around with it in their own time and just basically went, yeah, we should, this is the point where we should, start picking this up, and it's actually worth spending a bit of money on getting people using this. But, yeah, so it's like, I think a lot of companies are in that position now where Claude is like the point where it's like, get on this and actually have your developers train with this or fall behind kind of technology. But I don't know how much Claude licenses go for. I don't pay for my own. I mean, a lot of it is just a lot of using it is just, at least in my opinion, it's just, you do a lot more planning before you put, pen to paper, as it were, and start actually writing your code now. Like, I guess depending on what type of programmer you are, you may have been doing that amount of planning anyway. Like, there's a varying range of people who, some people like just throwing stuff at the wall, seeing what sticks, and then kind of like just keep throwing stuff at the wall and eventually narrowing in on something that they like. Whereas some people like sitting there and thinking about the design a lot. Especially back end, you kind of have to be on that end of the spectrum, doing a lot more like design work than like feely crafty coding, I guess. But if you don't really know what you want to get out of the AI's code generation, you're just gonna end up with garbage. Like, constraints is another big thing. Like, knowing what you want, giving it like hard examples of how it should treat certain pieces of data, and knowing the constraints it should be built under, and then also knowing how to like structure the prompt so that it doesn't forget some of those things, because that genuinely does happen. Like, ultimately, the underlying thing of all this is it's built on like a probability model, like a huge probability model, right? That was designed to not be entirely like robotic and fixed outcome and all that kind of stuff, right? It's not a deterministic thing of you say this, it will say that back, because that's not really how speech and conversation works. So it wasn't built in that way. But that means sometimes when you say some of it, when you build this big prompt that has all these like design points in it, sometimes it just ignores some of it. And like, you can literally give it the same prompt twice in new sessions each time, and one time it will ignore it and one time it might not. And it's just, yeah, learning to notice when it's gonna do stuff like that. Usually reiteration is a good way to avoid that, because there's less chance of it ignoring it twice. Yeah. I'm definitely not on the whole like hype train of, oh, AI are gonna replace developers anymore. Well, I never was on that hype train, but I very much have come to accept the fact that the cart's landing somewhere in the middle, as it were. It's like, it's not a case of AI isn't replacing developers, but also AI isn't just something we can ignore and it'll go away as a fad. It's kind of like It's almost like it's cementing itself somewhat as like another layer of abstraction in coding. Like you move on from C to Java, right? And you stop having to worry about the heap. And you move on from Java to Python and you stop having to worry about the compiler and the JVM. And then you go to having an AI generate your code for you, and you stop having to care about syntax and hunting down specific libraries and etc. But all the fundamentals of like designing something and all that kind of like all the actual software engineering bit is still there and still important. So yeah, the TLDR, I guess, is my job description changes and I have to learn a new tool. I guess my job description doesn't really change. One thing our company has done that I actually do really agree with is this rule that even if an AI model has generated whatever you've PR'd, if you've PR'd it, it's your code. That doesn't matter what tool you've used to generate it. It's your code, you own it. If there's problems with it, you fix it. And if you can't explain something because an AI generated it, then it'll be treated basically the same as you just copying something off like Stack Overflow that you can't explain. So, yeah, I think our company is being relatively pragmatic with the adoption of it as a tool. And there's definitely just been a like notable increase in output, and especially with like prototyping stuff. Like when you don't care about how much the code stinks, but you just want to put something in front of PM or some stakeholder and just go, is this what you wanted, yes or no? And get feedback on it or get an idea of how it actually feels to use. But you don't care that the code's an absolute mess and unmaintainable and never something you would ever actually put into the repo permanently. Yeah, the killer though is the constant knowing of like, do I kill a rainforest for this query, or do I tough it out myself? And it's like, yeah, we gotta figure something out when it comes to the rampant resource consumption of it, because that is not a sustainable element of it. Unfortunately, that's not my field, so not something I can really impact. Like I could, the problem is I could put my foot down and be like, yeah, I don't want to use AI until we figured out this, that, and this issue, right? But if I do that, and like my company transitions to being one where it is expected that you utilize and take advantage of AI agents and stuff like that, and I refuse to do that, then I'm basically just declining to do my job. Which to me sounds like a quick way to end up looking for another job. Which then puts me in the same thing of, if I be stubborn and blockheaded about like being willing to use these tools, then I'm unskilled in those tools. And I apply to another job and they ask, have you used this tool? And I'm just, I just end up losing jobs over it, right? So I feel like I don't really have too much choice on the matter, which kind of sucks, but it also kind of just feels like what happens whenever there's technology advancements. It's just that right now there's some pretty nasty ramifications of this technology advancement. Yeah, it's not like I can afford to not work though to be to what's it called, to revolution against that. It's also the annoying fact of like having to accept that it actually does save me time and has been useful. Not in the like, hey, make this for me, and I just go take what the PM gave me in the Jira and slightly reword it, stick it into an AI, and then put up the PR 2 hours later. Doesn't do that. But it helps me get there quicker, and as far as companies are concerned, that's the important thing, right? They want to get the most code out of me for how much they pay me. Yeah, just to be able to create value faster. The issues that, yeah, sure, AI can create value, keeping up with it. Oh yeah, that's another thing. We had like we had an engineering day recently, which is very much a day led by like basically all the engineering department comes together. I think it's about 40 of us in our company. And the director of engineering is there, but he very much lets us dictate what we discuss and work on during that day. And obviously, with us all being given like Claude licenses and being told to, you know, go ahead, figure out what AI can help with and how we could use it. All the discussions and stuff were, you know, how do we deal with you know, the increase in code output that we're gonna have, because, you know, if your test coverage isn't high enough, then that means you need people manually testing stuff. And if you just start throwing up more PRs and keep the same number of, you know, test engineers, they're just going to spend all their time manually testing stuff and never working on the automation side of things. So that's like a compounding problem you've got there. I mean, my opinion is that this is not a particularly popular opinion, but it's something that like my team have very much subscribed to and have found great success in, even if it is something that I grumble about when it actually comes to writing them. Is if you deliver a feature or you touch an area that doesn't have automation coverage or doesn't have sufficient automation coverage, just add the automated tests while you're working on it. And like, sure, I'll sit there and grumble because writing automation is more boring than designing the fun stuff, right? But when you end up with like a huge test suite that gives you massive confidence in the actual quality of the product and allows you to make bigger changes and be pretty dang sure that you've not just broken the entire system around what you were working on, the value's there. Ah, hello, we got the Constitution pet. Hog? How many pets is that now? I've got Thieving, Slayer, Constitution. Is it just those three so far? I think it might be just those three. I don't think I can open this. Yeah, I can't open the pet interface to check while I'm in combat. Poor Perry. Poor Perry. I know you're feeling the pain. I'd happily trade that pet for a pair of boots. Just saying. You did the Tazar Trader Thieving AFK grind for 2 neck upgrade pieces. So now you've got 300 easy clues to do. Wait, they give easy clues? Oh, I guess that's where I'm getting easy clues from in the future then. Actually, maybe ham guys are just... Oh, they give they give mediums, but you dropped them to easies. Okay. Okay. Oh, man, I'm not gonna lie. I need to work on my elite setup a bit before I go back and do them. But I did really enjoy the little clue session we've done. I'm actually looking forward to doing the continuing to do elites to get the Globetrotter outfit and then start expanding into doing other clues. I know there's not like a huge amount of benefit to doing them. Like the Fortunates are good, sure. But it's mostly like a part of the game I'm actually happy to do just for funsies. Oh yeah, I should probably I swapped this over to defense because I was doing my greater demons off stream and I didn't want to get 99 off stream. I know you're an iron, but do you know if demonic skull works with DXP at agility? I don't know, but I don't know for sure. But my understanding of how DXP works is that it doubles the base XP. So what you would likely get is double the base XP at the agility course, and then the demonic skull bonus added on top. So it wouldn't double the whole thing. Forts will be nice in the end game. True. Also, we're starting to fly through these what's it called? These Vilebloom tasks. 430k Slayer XP an hour. Devil's Snare are giving me more Slayer XP an hour than I get doing Greater Demon Berserkers. Like, I know most people hate these mobs. I'm kind of in that camp. But as soon as you get to the point where you can actually sustain against them, they're pretty good. Shame I can't get, what's it called? Hypno One pieces yet. But there's no way I'm going to get 95 Dungeoneering and 103 Archaeology before I continue working on Slayer. Ah, dang spirit gems. You know, I'm genuinely tempted to just put my Charming Imp on the tool belt so I can get it to destroy spirit gems for me. Don't worry, Verdom's playing a hardcore. He's not gonna come kill you. If you set your loot beam to 50,001, spirit gems won't beam anymore. To be honest, I just need to set my loot beam higher regardless. So let's do that anyway. Why, what does it currently beam at? 50,000? Let's make that like 250k. Well, so that just got us 330 Slayer points, so we're up to 1671. The Slayer point boosting is in full effect. Yeah, I need a new drink. Also, I should probably put my eye drops in. Actually, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do that real quick. How long until the next ads? Half an hour? So if I played ads now, we'd get an hour and a half of no ads, and I can go put my eye drops in. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna play a quick ad block. We'll get like an hour and a half of no ads after that's done, and I'm basically just gonna be popping to the restroom, doing some eye drops, and that stuff while the ads are playing, so you won't be missing anything. And I mean, hopefully you won't even get 3 minutes of ads, because it seems like they don't even have that many to give you all. But yeah, I'll be back when you get back. See ya, beat. Okay, I'm back. I even beat the ads. Okay, it was goblins. Wait, what? I could hear 2 sets of music playing. I'm assuming I had someone stream in the background and they raided someone. Am I going to RuneFest? Yes, sir. Although I heard that I've been hearing some people have been unfortunately like they want to go but they can't because like apparently air travel is insanely expensive now. Luckily, you're not far at all. Yeah, I just need to hop on. I mean, I need to do some changes to get a train up there, but I could just get a train. I could just hop on some trains and get there. So still going to be expensive because it's British trains, and let's just say our rail empire ain't what it used to be. It's now a privatized mess. I think the best I can do coming from near where I am is go to Reading, and then there's trains from Reading to Birmingham, but it will take me a while to get to Reading. So, but I think that's the best plan I've got from where I am. Yeah, I went up to Birmingham to visit a friend not long ago, and the ticket was quite expensive. Just now is drive from Birmingham, but you couldn't afford to do it this year. That is unfortunate. The ticket did seem quite expensive. The ticket did seem quite expensive. Ooh. Apologies. Hotel prices are going to be silly now. Yeah, what they did last time, because I was going to go to last RuneFest before I disappeared, was right after the tickets went on sale, hotel prices went like insane in price. Like they basically did surge pricing. And then after like a couple months after the ticket sale, the prices kind of went back to normal because everyone had already sorted out their tickets or sorted out their accommodation. There was quite a decent gap between last time's sale and the actual event, though. Like a much bigger gap than there is this time, though. So now I think with this one, you've got the problem that if you end up leaving it, right, the surge pricing will have ended, but it'll then be like frequency price, like what's the word? Proximity pricing, where it's quite close, so they'll up the prices. You're in some glamping pods pretty much on the premises. Yeah, I will admit to not having a full plan sorted out yet. But I'm going to be staying with a friend, so at least whatever we'd be doing, we'd be splitting it. It's going to be a pretty strange experience. To be honest with how much of a social battery I have, I probably need to make sure I get somewhere with an actual bed. Are JX quite in the mix with RS creators like they are with OSRS? I don't know how much in the mix they are with old school creators, but there is an avenue of contact. Yeah, I don't really know how much more I can say than that because I don't know how things look from the OSRS side of things. That'd probably be a better question for someone like Mikaru or Wazzy who's in both circles. Actually, RS guy might be in both circles now after his recent leagues excursion. Don't know. But I'm very much an RS only Andy. RS only Andy. Wait. What's up, Script Dog? Bye, Script Dog. Thank you for dropping by. Don't worry, I've been there. I've been there. You pop into a stream, say hi, and it's like, oh shit, God, it's like, and you zoom away and I've been there. So you all wanted to say hi, I haven't refollowed until you figured out how to get your email unspammed. Your email is unreadable. Wait. Did you get your email unspammed? As in unspammed by Twitch? Because of the notifications. I only go live once a day with sometimes a break day. Blah blah blah, gone live, blah blah blah. Huh, I don't get those emails at all. I never actively turned them off, I just don't get them anymore. So I don't know how to turn those off actually. I used to get loads of them. Like I do remember way back in the earlier days of Twitch where getting an email that someone was going live was like one of the primary ways of subscribing to that notification. Oh god, I just remembered like the kind of people I'd be seeing going live as well. It'd be like Chaox and Rain Man and the odd one, like all the League streamers I used to follow. Can't forget Snoopy as well. Man, I miss those days, but I don't miss those days because I was playing. I don't miss those days because I was playing League and I was watching League and all that kind of stuff. I miss those days because I, like, basically just gamed with, like, no care in the world. Like, no worrying about finances. It didn't matter if I got certain things done before the week was out and all that kind of stuff. Like, every adult tells you how good you have it when you're a kid and you don't listen, and then you become an adult yourself and it all hits. Sorry, not sorry, spam time. I don't have anything set up for bit redeems, so I don't have any, like, alerts set up for bits, but thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that immensely. I need to... I mean, I'd say I need to set up something for that, but... I don't know, I kind of just... I'm kind of just cool with everyone feeling happy just, like, hanging out, like, just dropping by the stream and hanging out and chatting, and... If that's as far as it goes, then I'm happy with that. Well, it's happened. There's a node on Dragonkin task. Now, what do I prefer these? Oh, yeah, shadow creatures at a drop, right? We just drop shadow creatures and prefer node on Dragonkin. Okay. Carapac task acquired. So now it's time to actually get ourselves geared for Carapac. And for that, we are going to need Ganodermic armor. So, Ganodermic armor. Tier 75 tank armor that is augmentable and makes you look like a mushroom. The gloves and boots drop from Ganodermic creatures. The rest of these need Ganodermic flakes, which you get from killing Ganodermic creatures. Now, I don't remember how many of these flakes you get per hour killing Gano creatures. I know they're weak to fire spells. And honestly, we should probably be killing them very quickly with our setup, because last time I did this, I did not have Soul Split, I didn't have Turmoil. Those Emprism gloves look ready to break on me, so let's go fix those up. Oh, oh my god, I have missed out on siphoning stuff very, very big time. Whoops. I wish I could say first time, but definitely not. Okay, let's get the staff siphoned. For 99 invention. Absolutely huge. So 99 invention gives us bonus charge drain reduction, and also means we can now boost up to 116, which gives us not a whole lot, I'm gonna be honest. One level we can boost up again Alchemical Hydrix for making not Grace Seals, making a EOF, but yeah, Reaper tasks need to get back on the menu before that. Actually, I might start doing Reaper tasks, because we're kind of strong. The problem is just how aggressively I'm probably gonna have to reroll some of them. Like the Nakatra task I have, I could probably get myself through. Actually, I can almost certainly get myself through Nakatra at this point. It's not gonna be a pretty getting myself through Nakatra, but it would at least be done. Okay, I need some more precious comps. Do I have any? See what? Remember what I said about, like, you click the all, you go to withdraw all of something, and then you just wear it instead. But it doesn't save the noted setting. I keep the diamond and emerald necklaces for porters. Actually, I should keep the sapphire necklaces for games necklaces. Oh, I am very poor on precious comps. You can kind of see what's happened with scavenging, though. How everything is now above 100, pretty much. It's just been really stingy with giving scavenging comps for some reason. Not scavenging comps, precious comps for some reason. Do I have any rings? Oh, I just have a stack of 28 rings of slaying. We'll disassemble those. Vamp gloves still worth using now? I don't know, to be honest. So vampirism is 5% up to 50. These are 5% up to 20. So these gloves are basically 40% of vampirism aspect. So when I'm just using vampirism aspect, they're probably worth it. But I think Soul Split might just make them not worth it, to be honest. The healing from them will be inconsequential at somewhere like Karapak for sure. Yeah, I think vampirism gloves still have some use, like combining them with like a protection prayer and vampirism aspect is gonna give you pretty good results, I think. I think I wanna try using penance here though. I'm gonna go double check that I don't need anything else for Ganodermic Beasts. Nope, doesn't look like it. Oh, I need lore runes as well. Also, TY for the Gratzes. Okay, I think it's... Nope, not CIP, that's miscellanea. Oh, what is this fairy ring? Please tell me I've already discovered it. Nope. Polypore dungeon. VIP. I was a letter off. You're kind of scared to go back to heists? You gotta own them. Gotta go there with confidence or you'll never get what you want. Actually, is there a... They drop seeds? I have my seed thing on my tool belt at least. Yeah, it's seeds, Ganodermic stuff, and... Wait, where's the thing to go down? Oh, it's there. The thing is, if you've not listened after the third one, you're not going to listen after the fourth one. So if you want the staff from heists so badly, the only way you're going to get it is if you go and do heists. Right? Also, I like how I went and got a bunch of precious comps to make a siphon, to siphon my top, and then didn't siphon my top. Man, I get sidetracked so freaking easy. After the fifth one, you'll become a ranger. Well, why'd you say it out loud? Okay, fair. But also, you baited me into that. Oh, Osseous' Roar has just begun. Now would be a great time to have a Vile Blooms task. This place looks a lot brighter than I remember it. Okay, let's put 12 minutes of penance on and see if it helps with prayer. So Ganodermic flakes are not a guaranteed drop. There we go. There's our first 200. That's actually the upper range of the drop, I'm going to be honest. Because unfortunately, for some reason, they made the range that Ganodermic flakes can drop at. They made it a range between 1 and like 200 or so. So you can sometimes just get like 2 as the drop. Do I care about polypore spores? I refuse to give you the title of Master of Baits. There's 170 mil fire making. You know, I owe you a massive apology, Perry. When you got 120 fire making, and I joked about if you had to go to 200 mil for pet. I'm sorry, dude. Oh, there's some more Ganodermic flakes. And some more here. So in total, we need 7,000 of them. I don't know why the poncho needs 5,000 of them. Like, the helm needs 500. The legs need 1,500, but then the poncho needs 5,000 for some reason. Which seems just a little bit overkill. You've seen a lot of pets this DXP, including a 21 KC KBD pet that just dropped, but you've only seen one Bernie, by far the lowest amount of all skilling pets. Isn't that because most people use protein logs for fire making? And those can't give, I am surprised that a spirit seed is a loot beam. I'm gonna pick it up though. Oh, there's more Gano flakes. Apparently I misjudged how rare these things are, because I'm already got 10% of them. I shouldn't have said anything. You know, I don't really know if penance is helping all that much, but I don't need vampirism, so... There we go, 8 Ganodermic flakes as a drop. When they can go up to a stack of 200, you can sometimes just get 8 instead. Absolute troll of a drop. Another spirit seed. Apparently these guys are goated if you want your spirit seeds. Why does Malcolm not count, huh? A first pair of a first piece of Ganodermic obtained. Some Ganodermic gloves. Because invention's a wacky skill in terms of XP. I mean, you're not wrong about that. But that shouldn't mean the pet doesn't count. Is there a slightly better spot for these? Actually, is that thing in the middle there not physical? Oh, I was about to say, what the heck, soft clay, but RDT. I'm genuinely looking at my inventory, wondering what I value more than than soft clay. I know I can literally just mine it, but That takes time and effort. Have I been spooned on anything wild since starting? My Runica tuner, I guess. I guess that'd be my biggest spoon. I haven't taken advantage of it yet, so I haven't really redeemed that spoonage, but I would consider it very spooned to get a gate drop in 9kc. That said, I did make up for that with the rest of the grind, so it evens out. It evened out. Another pair of Ganodermic gloves? I'd ask if I should even bother picking them up. But I'm pretty sure the correct thing is to just disassemble all but one pair for fungal comps, right? Yeah, the main... Actually, that's a good point. I want at least one item in the bank that is a mage tank item for every slot. But beyond that, they are like the gloves and boots are definitely the pieces that get swapped out the quickest for other. For like power gear. So say I'm going to a boss and I want to use an animate dead, right? I'm much more likely to, if I have them, use like Cinderbanes and Blast Diffusion boots over Ganodermic boots and gloves, and then just have 3 pieces of Ganodermic instead of 5. Also, are those mushrooms worth picking up, do we think? I remember them being good for PvP, but I don't know if they're... Actually, wait. I could use them as food in the, I can use them as food in the POF. So yes, worth picking up. Also, we're already at 2.7k flakes, so... This shouldn't take us too much longer to finish off the full set. I just gotta hope that I see a pair of boots. Is there any part of this room that's just a bit more open? Where did I get all those runes? I've been, ever since they made the dailyscape changes, I've been buying runes from rune shops like twice a week. And yes, you heard that correct, twice a week, not once a week. Turns out they restock, like a rune shop will fully restock in about 5 days, I think it is. So technically I should go and buy from them every like Tuesday and Saturday, but I'm not really at that on the ball with it. I just go when I remember and make sure I do it at least once a week. Yeah, so I go to the Mage Guild in Yanil, Luna Isle. Ali's rune shop sells, I don't know if this is a bug or not. I don't know if this is a bug or if it was intended. But Ali now sells triple the amount of blood runes per day that he used to sell. So instead of 400 daily blood runes, you could now buy like 600. Which I hope they either never notice that or just choose to leave it. Because 400 blood runes a day was quite tight. Especially now they've generally increased the rune cost usage of using magic. You know why you wanted Porter so early, by the way? You want to travel to that... Oh, not Waterbirth Island, is it? Yeah, Waterbirth Island. Just go kill Aberrant Spectres. Also, this is going way quicker than I remembered. I'm assuming just the fact that I'm killing them so freaking quick. Actually, yeah, last time I did this, it was on an account that only had Sunspear at the time. So it makes sense the tier 90 is going to do this quicker. What else drops Snape Grass? There's something else I did recently that dropped a load of Snape Grass. Was it Vile Blooms? It might have been Vile Blooms. Yeah, it was probably Vile Blooms. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a lot of runes myself, unfortunately. Well, I mean, I say unfortunately. It just, rune crafting's gonna have to be something I do. Well, actually, no more than Zappy, really, now I think about it. Is the rune usage of Insight Fear still insane? Or is it better than it was? Also, there's the boots. So we're up to 4,500 out of 700 of 7,000 flakes, and we've got the boots and the gloves. I'm just trying to figure out what to drop for the boots. I can disassemble a single pair of gloves. Just gotta make sure I don't disassemble both. 5 flakes. Come on, you can do better than that. There's a resource dungeon down here, right? Is cutting gems to 80 crafting the best way before Gate of Elidness? Yes, before getting Gate of Elidness, but I would just go get Gate of Elidness and not really worry about cutting gems. These guys are good RDT droppers, by the way. I'm not even wearing a luck ring. And I'm seeing quite a few RDT drops. You did gems to 80 and 80 to 90 was just done on gate kills / dailies that popped up sometimes. Man, every so often I just get a reminder that they didn't actually remove daily challenges. I know they're planning to eventually. But I've actually not, like, I started out the account not doing any of them. Also, I should be picking up Fellstalk seeds. I don't know why I've been ignoring those. More valuable than Lantodime seeds anyway. More valuable than a magic seed. Yeah, they announced that they weren't getting rid of daily challenges, so they, dropped the update, didn't get rid of daily challenges. So I ended up doing like 1 day of them. And then the next day I just woke up and said, you know what, I was enjoying not doing those. So I just I just didn't do them ever again. And I'm kinda cool with keeping it that way. Back when dailies used to give reward bags? Oh, because you'd get like a specific daily to do like a specific thing with the skill, and it would reward a higher level material for the skill than what you did. Yeah, it sounds like it'd be broken on irons. Especially back then, because while things have gotten better and different resources have been added in as drops in different places, basically the general accessibility to things has been improved. We're talking back when the game had you farming, like camping lesser demons to get your mithril hatchet for animal magnetism kind of days, right? Well, on the note of a Dragonstone, little RDT drop off that guy. Also, we're up to 5,000 Ganodermic flakes now out of the 7,000 we need. So we just need 2,000 more, and we can go make our armor. Then we just gotta perk it. And then comes the debate. Do I go for an Amulet of Souls before Zutcape or after Zutcape? Because for the Zuck run, if I don't get an Amulet of Souls, then what I'll do is I will just use Powder of Protection before going into Zuck. But I'm not going to use that like everywhere. Also, second pair of boots means we now have 8 fungal comps. If you're wondering how much of a pain fungal comps are to get, I don't know for sure, but I'm fairly confident that killing these guys for the gloves and boots and then making Ganodermic legs out of the flakes, I'm pretty sure that's the best way to get fungal comps. How you got your 12 magic logs for Desert Treasure back in the day? I don't know how I did that on my earliest iron. This might sound weird, but genuinely just for like a fun thing. I don't think the game was better back then than it is now. But I would genuinely be interested to play like 2014 to 2015 RS again. Just to like, even if just to get rid of any of the rose tinted memories I've got. Because the first iron I played was one that I've now de-ironed. But it was something I basically, I made it because I went to university. And the first year of university was this, what's it called? Like, foundation year, they called it. Where the goal of the year was to bring everyone up to the same level before starting the actual like interesting stuff in the second year, which I gotta say, paying the same for that as for the rest of the years feels real bad, because given I already had like done some programming off my own back before I went to university. Actually, that was the only reason I got into the university course. My grades weren't good enough. My grades were too shit to get into university. At least to study computer science. Also, there we go, polypore stick. So we can now, I mean, we could probably make the polypore staff now. I don't know if we actually have any use for it. I think it might be the only way to use magic while in the Lunar spellbook. Can you use Polypore Strike in the Lunar spellbook? And there is 99 magic. Second 99 of the day. Unlock a bunch of tier 99 stuff in the... what's it called? In Dungeoneering. Don't think we have access to Masterwork yet. I think that's at 100. Yeah, the whole benefit to Polypore was you didn't need runes and stuff, right? It was basic, like, it was a powered staff before powered staffs were a thing. Combat XP is what I want. I want to swap magic back to defense. You're waiting for all the mid-game and end-game changes to come out this year, then starting a group iron with your wife to see how different it all is? Yeah, part of me was like, how much should I wait to see what comes out? But then I was like, oh, I'll just make it. I'll make the iron when the other game changes come out. And then maybe I'll be at the correct point for different changes as they get released. I think what they have in scope for mid-game, I think is like levels 50 to 80 is what they'd consider mid-game of scaling. Which I really hope they have two different definitions or two different like sections of endgame, like late game and end game kind of split. Because if they're putting everything 80 plus to like the end of progression in the end game box, that is a very big box. It's a huge box. Early game fletching sucks. There is a developer who has been working on re-tiering fletching. So I'm hopeful that's coming soon. Because we saw some stuff from that before, like way over a year ago at this point, like nearly 2 years ago. And it's very much sorely needed in the game. Also, if we could just drop the arrow requirements in Demonheim to be on the level instead of 11 times. So basically, in Dungeoneering, you need 11 times the tier to make the arrow compared to the bow. So if you want to make a tier 70, a tier 70 arrow, you need 77 fletching. And a tier 80 arrow is 88 fletching. I'm assuming that was to make it so that Prometheum arrows were at 99, but Prometheum arrows shouldn't be 99, they should be 90. Almost at 6k flakes. I mean, it's taken a bit over an overload to do this. Or a bit over one overload flask, I should say. Maybe, we shall see. Personally, what I'm hoping for the Dungeoneering remaster is that they don't, like, they're gearing up to axe Garajo cards, right? If they're gonna axe the consistent Yak card, I pray that they make the Mylia recipes, you know, somewhat huntable. Because currently, if you're not getting them via the Yak cards, you are in for a heck of a time. Do we know if the wildcards are going to be removed soon? Well, they mentioned in the first blog post about the dungeoneering stuff that they were looking at removing like token boosting via elite dungeons, or addressing, not necessarily flower removing. They did say they would specifically remove it, but rebalancing, I guess, is the terminology they would have used. Been a while since I've read it. But they mentioned getting tokens from elite dungeons, getting tokens from archaeology collections, Garajo cards being too important for efficient dungeoneering training, prestiging being a bit of a pain in the butt. That's also something that, like, I am kind of tempering my expectations on. With how quick they've got this dungeoneering stuff going, I'm not expecting massive changes to the actual dungeons themselves. Like, maybe they might have been able to fix a few bugs, like some of the critical path bugs with like divination wisps not spawning at the top 2 available tiers along the critical path like they're supposed to. So they might have been able to fix some stuff like that. But I wouldn't expect them to like be reworking rooms or adding different rooms. Just like small minor changes, if any, within actual dungeoneering. And I'm expecting them to do a lot more work around the prestige system and rebalancing XP across doing floors and XP you get as you're leveling up, stuff like that. Maybe making it a bit easier to get tokens. Or maybe just changing how tokens work. Because, like, tokens before were kind of... I don't think the Charming Imp was in the Dungeoneering reward shop on release. Some reason I have it in my head that was added later. But it was very much the case that you would save all your tokens from Dungeoneering. Oh. Okay, I need to just close that tab, apparently. I had a Twitch tab open that of someone I was watching before. What's it called? Before I went live, and I think I've just been like raid trained along to different streams. But yeah, I wouldn't expect many changes to actual dungeoneering floors. But yeah, like when dungeoneering first came out, I think it would be very fair to say that the main thing people were interested in from it was chaotics. So it was very much you get your level 80, which is the requirement to buy a chaotic. Because that was about 2 mil XP, that also got you the 200k tokens to buy the chaotic with. And then maybe after that you would buy some of the like small other things now that you'd got to 80. So like back then, getting to 80 dungeoneering to get your chaotic, that was like a big grind with a big reward at the end of it. And there's definitely been some changes to like rebalancing party scaling and stuff to make solo a bit better. That makes going from 1 to 80 not as bad anymore. But it definitely, like, the early levels of dungeoneering were kind of always inherently flawed as being the wall to a chaotic, right? They couldn't make chaotics too accessible, so they couldn't make it very easy or very, very quick to get 80 dungeoneering, because then people would have what were the best weapons in the game at that point, essentially for free. Also, debatable that the best weapons in the game ever should have come from dungeoneering, but that's a conversation that is now very not applicable to the modern game. Anyway, 7,000 Ganodermic flakes have been acquired. That took about 14 super restores worth of prayer to get all those. And I guess, I mean, just less than an hour to get them all. Same thing they said about Inquisitor staff on archaeology release. I mean, Inquisitor staff is only, like, the best thing to use at specific places. It's now an incredibly valuable weapon for irons, but that's an entirely different topic. So we need to pick up a mycelium poncho web, a mycelium leggings web, and a mycelium visor web. We need to drop those so we can buy some thread. We use the Ganodermic flakes on the poncho, and we get a Ganodermic poncho. Use them on the leggings, and we get some Ganodermic leggings. Use them on the visor, and we get a Ganodermic visor. I need to go augment the top and body before we equip them, I think. But that is our full tier 75 tank armor unlocked. Which means it's time for some bitch mode bossing. Also, 400 mushrooms. That's some food for, what's it called? That's definitely some food for the Zygomites. Ooh, I'm running out of incandescent energies. That's... Yeah, what's up, Dawn? Hope you're all good. No work today? It's a bank holiday in the UK, so no work for me. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Dawn. Good to see you. Okay, augment the poncho, augment the leggings. And now we are a mushroom man. God, this armor looks like something for sure. But the huge benefit to it is, if I go get the runes for it, I believe it's this. Nope, I've missed one. Oh, it's blood, not chaos. Is if I cast Animate Dead, you can now see we get 262 damage reduction. And also, absolutely fuck trying to read this via Route 1. That is mental. At least the medium, what's it called? At least the medium icons can actually display the full value. But for any old school enjoyers, the way to read that value is that I essentially have 262 flat armor. Now, it doesn't quite work out like that because it's a percentage up to that maximum. But most bosses will hit that over that like maximum point. So against Karapak, for instance, that's basically just 262 flat armor. So I just take 262 less damage per Karapak auto attack. Yo, what's up, Araby? Time to face tank Beastmaster. I don't think it's quite that good. I don't think it's quite that good. Yeah, for a comparison, when I did what's it called? When I did Extinction, I was wearing this armor, which currently gives me 178 flat armor because some of it's based on your defense level rather than just the armor. So it's like it's basically 50% better than Mystic is the way to look at it. Which also means my Mystic is now free to go and be turned into Necromancy cloth. But I also need to now perk it up. And to perk it up, I'm going to need a load of food. Let's use some shoddy food. I'm going to need fire runes. I'm going to need lore runes. I'm going to need some ancient armor gizmos. Let's just make 5. Time to go Croesus? For Crypt Bloom? Soon-ish. I'm probably at the point where I could comfortably do, what's it called? I'm probably at the point where I could comfortably do Light Within and not have to worry too much about the extra skips that I would get from the tasks unlocked by it. But for now, I need to go roll a perk that is incredibly good, but an absolute nightmare to roll. Wait, let's make sure I have Zami comps unlocked before I go. I do. I need to go roll Impatient 4. And to do that, I'm going to be dropping my invention level a lot. Whenever you want to go sus, I'm always down. You need to do log there. It will definitely be coming. I think it'll be something I start after we get done with the Zut Cape, which for context on that front, if I zoom this out, we now have Ganodermic armor done. And we're about to roll Impatient 4 for it. I'm gonna roll 2 Impatient 4s so I can put 1 on power armor as well. You'd join for Croesus maybe? You've never been motivated to go there? I gotta say, just hopping in voice chat with a group of people doing Croesus is pretty dang fun. Can recommend. Also, yes, this is how you drain your invention level. If I go over here, in order to get Impatient 4. Oh, is it 8 Zamorak components? I thought it was 7. I could have swore it was 7. Oh, apparently not. Well, I guess I can't roll the, Actually, no, I can. I've got 2 pieces of, what's it called? I've got 2 pieces of War Priest I can disassemble to get the other 2 components. But yeah. You do this at 25 invention. I think you can go up to like 27. But your invention level can go up quite a bit, and the chance starts dropping. I think like 29 is where you ideally stop. Am I eventually going to go for I4D4? Yes, but it's going to require... Like, the amount of rolls that requires means I'm basically going to have to farm Zami comps and Saradomin comps for, like, a few days straight to get it. And also, there's no point caring about those top end perks right now, because I don't have 137 invention, right? Like, even if I boost, I don't have 137 invention. Also, the damage from the frickin' snow is degrading my visor. God dang it. Days? I don't think you appreciate how many components you need. Let me demonstrate. 2 Saradomin comps. 7 Zamorak comps. 120 extreme. 9.5% chance. Now, let's say you go on rate, right? And you need to roll 10/11 times. That's 70 Zamorak comps and 20 Saradomin comps, or 77/22. That is a lot of Mjolnirs. So if anything, the comp I might go for later is Devoted, Impatient 4 Devoted to. But the problem is you need Zaros components for that, and Zaros components are basically Nex components. So until we get a setup for killing Nex, it's not happening. Yeah, I4D4 is just one of those typical things that is gonna swallow up a load of components going for it, and there's no guarantee at the end of it you get what you want. So right early on, especially since we're quite a bit of early, what's it called? Especially since we're quite early on, we're not doing the absolute top end bosses. We don't need to be freaking immortal. We just need to get our damage up enough that we skip balls at Karapak and stuff like that. We can get away with just using accessible perks that are pretty high chance. So stuff like, instead of going for Crackling 4 Relentless 5, we would instead go for Crackling 4 Relentless 3, because while it's a worse version of Relentless, it's almost... Actually, I don't know if it's almost guaranteed, but it's a lot less vintage comps. Like, if you want Crackling 4 Relentless 5, you need to roll this about 20 times. So you need 160 vintage components, which would pretty much bankrupt me on vintage comps. But if you use this setup, then you can use about 12 vintage comps and 9 crackling comps on average. See, this is one that is kind of interesting to me as well, because Imbued are much freer than Explosive. So I might just try this one instead. Like, if I look at my Imbued comps, they're not a rare comp, so you get tons of them from scavenging. Don't you love how every piece of content requires Nex? I am going to have to basically... I will probably just get, like, tier 90 Necro setup just to go and do Nex at some point. Even if I don't use it anywhere else, just to go and kill Nex with it. Yeah, I might just be doing this setup until I get Crackling 4 Relentless 3. Instead of going and getting explosive comps. It's pretty similar rate, and it uses less rare materials. How did we not... I swear this is relatively new. How did we not know about this? How would you normally get imbued comps? Is this just something that was a change to... Okay, it's pretty much just from staves and wands. There's like nothing like you really en masse you can disassemble for this. Okay, we're at 29 invention. So we'll throw our 8 Zami comps in. Oh, you can't do it while you're taking damage. Okay. I'll wait till I drop to 25 and get out of here then. Okay, that's 25. 8 Zami comps go in. And now we spam click this button until we get impatient 4. When I say spam it, I mean it. Because there was something I didn't show you in the gizmo calculator just a second ago. Which is the chance to actually make anything at all. Because while this is like a 99.5% chance or something to make impatient 4, that's ignoring the chance of making nothing, which doesn't use the components up. Doris be boofing. Hey Doris. Are you boofing? Do you want to come say hi, Bubba? Hey, yo. Do you want to say hi to everyone? Do you want to roll the gizmo, Doris? So, did you come to say hi to chat? I wasn't kidding about how many times I'm gonna have to press this dang button. Oh boy. Actually, if you want a P6 U4 simulator without having to use components, this is it. All these no effects would be missed P6 U4s. Now, as our level goes up, the chance to get nothing does decrease. But also our chance to get devoted instead of impatient also increases. And we don't want devoted, we want impatient. I mean, we want both, but... There we go. There's one impatient 4. And... if I grab my War Priest... Where are the bottoms? I normally hold on to I normally hold on to these pieces because they have confirmations for disassembling them. But I will... That confirmation dialogue isn't worth going and dropping my invention level again. Are you seeing on the keyboard, Doris? Yeah. Do you want my attention? Yeah, would you like attention? I might have to go drop my invention level again a bit. Doris, press button. Yeah? You like pressing button. Although you only like pressing that certain button that caused you to get given a reward when you press it. Which is the button you were supposed to be using to train how to use the buttons as a whole. But it ended up being the only button you grew any interest in, wasn't it? Yeah. Turns out our dog isn't colorblind. And she could tell the colors of the buttons apart. So she knew which color was actually the one she wanted. So then she only grew interested in those color buttons. This dog's too smart for her own good. But yeah, it was before she grew enough confidence to actually like boof at us and stuff. Also, I need to use a magic potion to boost up. I need to use the magic potion so I can boost my level back up to Trollheim teleport. That's funny. Yeah. She's a much cleverer dog than she lets on. And I'm very proud of you for being so clever, but sometimes it's infuriating. Yeah, we got her the buttons before she really found her voice, because when we first... Oh, the fucking agility level. I guess I'm running all the way around. Oh dear. Is there anything worth getting from Shattered Worlds these days? Bladed Dive has some niche uses still, I think. Squeak. Wait, I probably don't have the strength level to get past the boulder, do I? Nope, this doesn't check your native levels, it checks your actual level. Actually, it only does that on the way down. I don't think you can boost to go through that. Okay, let's try this again. You love that there's no point of doing enhanced laceration boots. Oh, what? Shadow Spike laceration boots. Are they called enhanced laceration boots?
There you go. I love you too, Doris. I'm just trying to look at my invention level, Doris. It's fine. Whoop. You okay? You okay? Here you go. You can scoot back a bit. You okay, Bubba? Yeah. There you go. Now I just hope I'm still clicking in the same spot. I am. I can't even read chat right now, so apologies. But Doris demands. You know, you're not supposed to go down to the eyes. Wait, surely Perfect Fracture should just be a pool skip. Oh, I missed ads because I was busy getting kisses from the puppy. Oops. Yeah, this is definitely a song that Gig added. Let me... There you go. Now this is more gonna be more my speed. Yeah, Gig and I just work differently in that, like, I like a playlist to have a like specific vibe throughout, whereas she's much more a stick everything in a hodge in a cauldron, just stir, stir, stir. So some refinement is still ongoing. There we go. Too impatient for gizmos. Done and dusted. So that's for power armor and for... That's for power armor and for tank armor. Okay, so next up we need fighting with mobile, I would like. So if I remember rightly, that is this. Nope. Nope. No. Did I get that wrong, or... I'm assuming not, because I got biting 2 on its own and then mobile cautiously. How early combat levels do you think you can do Fremenic Trials? I mean, pretty early, to be honest. Because you could take a hatchet in your tool belt and then just take it out of your tool belt during the actual combat bit of the quest. And that kind of completely breaks the design of that. I mean, they also broke the design of that with EOC and then never bothered to go back and fix it, so we just, you know, break it back. Oh yeah, my invention level's too low to make anything, isn't it? Back in your day, that and waterfall quests were so hard. No comment. Okay, I need to double check that I got the biting setup correct. I did get it correct, I just got unlucky. Wait, actually, do I need to... Oh, I should invention potion for rolling these. Which also means I should go and get the... Oh, I have some faceted comps. Cool, I can just send a enhanced devoted. So faceted comps, fighting, and then crackling relentless. So yeah, we get an extreme invention potion, which I'll be honest, I don't remember where those are. Yeah, there's a 1 dose. So send this and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 1, 2, bonk. There we go. And then it's this setup for crackling ultimatums, crackling relentless, crackling junk food. I might need more gizmos. Crackling, energizing. Nope. Crackling 4, relentless 3. There we go. So that's crackling relentless done. And then is enhanced devoted is 8 faceted. There we go. So that's enhanced devoted 4, crackling 4, relentless 3, impatient 4, and biting 2 mobile. So those go on the legs, those go on the top. And we have an Impatient 4 left over, a Biting 2 left over that I could use on something that it doesn't need. That doesn't need Mobile. As for Crackling 4, Energizing 2... Is there any case where I'm going to want Energizing over Relentless, really? Relentless just has a chance to refund the Adrenav when you spend it on like a Threshold or an Ultimate. I don't know if I need to hold on to any of these Crackling variants. So I'm just going to disassemble them for now. Okay, so now we grab the Ganodermic pieces. So we put Impatient 4, Crackling Relentless on the top. And we put Biting and Enhanced Devoted on the legs. That's how this is just the way I put these perks on my previous Iron Man. So what I'll do is when I do something like Slayer, is I will have a different pair of legs that instead of Enhanced Devoted will have Scavenging 4 on them. I don't know if those will actually be Ganodermic legs, but that's the general idea of it. Okay, so this is my current magic setup. My current magic setup when I want to abuse the ever-living crap out of Animate Dead. We have Ganodermic, a tier 90 staff. We currently have an Amulet of the Forsaken. We're kind of stuck with a Ring of Life, unfortunately. Because it's the only real anti-DC item I have. And it would be good to replace the quiver with rune pouches. Did you burpee? Yeah. Yeah, you did. Because if I go swap to... Actually, that's a good point. With EOC2, you don't even need to take your pickaxe off the tool, but your punch is a basic auto now and does decent damage. Yeah, but you still get access to better than 100% abilities by doing it. But yeah, if I swap over to Ancients, I'm about to show you the reason why we might be going on a random... what's it called? Why we might be going on a rune crafting grind. So, I need runes for Exsanguinate. That is fire and blood. I need runes for Insight Fear, which adds water and adds soul. I need runes for Animate Dead, which adds earth and death. I need runes for Smoke Cloud, which adds air and chaos. So, currently, we would spend 8 inventory spaces on runes. Who's a good girl? If I go to this, we have that. We have that. We have that. So I no longer need this. There we go. No longer need to do Forgiveness of a Chaos Dwarf to get Crackling 4 Relentless free. So we're missing rune pouches. We're missing Planted Feet. We're missing a what's it called? We're missing a good pocket slot item. So a Scripture of Wen, Scripture of Jazz. Technically Scripture of Elidness, not Scripture of Elidness, sorry, Scripture of a Mascot would also be good. And we're missing G-Conk. Is there anything else that I am missing? An Amulet of Souls would be insane. Do I try and do Reaper tasks for an Amulet of Souls? That feels like a no-brainer almost. Right? Like, now I've got this armor, a lot more bosses are safer to me. But, I mean, we could go do a Sanctum run. Might be a little spicy. Okay, I'm beating around the bush. Everything I think of that I want to go and do, it would be better to have rune pouches first. Because even if I don't make the grasping rune pouch immediately, which gives you the rune save perk, being able to turn these 8 into my quiver slot +2 would be really huge for being able to take supplies. Because, like, well, actually, I guess Carapac, that's not really as much of a problem, is it? Because if I remember rightly with Carapac, once you get into the swing of it, you actually stop eating food. So, if we were to build an inventory for Carapac, it'd be Holy Overload, Weapon Poison. I guess I'd take like 4 super restores. The Enhanced Excalibur would be useful. I mean, Vuln Bombs would also be good, but I don't have those unlocked yet. So then I could take about 12 food. Also, where's a preset I'm not using anymore? I kind of want to keep the Vias one. That is my Archglacior preset. Oh god, I'm running out of Necro runes as well. I'm gonna keep... I can keep putting this off all I want, but I think I'm kind of at the point where I need to do... what's it called? I think I'm at the point where I need to go get rune pouches. Dang it, Doris. We gotta go get rune pouches. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Also, it's very warm in here, so I'm gonna put the fan on for us. So, the thing with getting rune pouches is it's very much I rip the band-aid off and I do a lot of rune crafting in one go. Because I'm going to swap my relics out to enable Pouch Protector and Nexus mod. I also need to make necromancy jewelry. Because I have the Ring of Imbuing already. I think. Is that in the skills equipment tab? Okay, I definitely have the Ring of Imbuing. I just have no idea where it's gone. Surely I would have been smart and put it near my rune pouches, right? Nope. I also only have 54k pure essence. Yeah. Yeah, it's room pouch time. It is room pouch time. Okay. That means I am going to need to make the Nexus mod relic. I can't see my keyboard, so I can't really type. I need a Chaotic Gatestone and a Chaos Star. Do I have 25k Dungeoneering tokens? I do. So I need a Chaos Star. Which it's not looking like I have. Nope, no Chaos Star. Okay, archaeology setup. Toggle porters. Do my ports real quick because as soon as I see the book, I remember I have ports to do. Is it chi that I need for masterwork range? I think it is. Not masterwork range, masterwork magic, sorry. And yeah, it's lacquer for masterwork range. I misspoke. I'm sorry. Well, 82%. Oh, masterwork mage needs pearls. Oops. How are you guys so close yet so far? That made that worse. Better. I don't need all these just chimes only things. Okay, so that's that bit done. Now, I need to go get a Chaos Star from the Infernal Source. Which means I need to know where you excavate this. Okay, it's the ones at the... It's on the north side of the Outer Ring. Looks like your main is adorning Apex sets. You just got a great buy at 13 mil per set for 26 sets. Is that for like a money-making thing, or just because you want to make the... Or is that for a money-making thing or XP thing? Or is adorning the same as burial? Okay, it's burial. Okay. Okay, turn on the scripture, bring up the little helpers for that. Come here, Papa. Yeah. We'll have a little cuddle while we get this Chaos Star, yeah? Starbloom sets are 25 mil each and same XP. Oh, so it's like half the price. That's not bad. Are you hot? Are you getting hot, Doris? Do I need to do an ear check? Okay, ear check time. Okay, either my hands are too hot or you are not hot. Also, my findings from the Scripture of Elidnus are that Seren spirits work pretty similar, where the first XP drop every minute seems to be what rolls on a Seren spirit spawning or not. Man, fixate charges would be very useful right now. Is this a free... Okay, there's only 2 artifacts. So it's a 50-50. And before someone says it was always 50-50. I should probably upgrade the perks on my Imkando Matok now. I think 99 inventions an okay level to start rolling for decent perks on tools. Oxyview, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that very much. Okay, do you want to get down? Are you getting hot? Yeah. Do you want to go to your ice packs? No. Do you want to go to your ice packs, or do you want your ice packs brought to you? Gag. The things we do for Pom, huh? This sets the 700k XP per set on DXP, so that's 19 GP per XP. That sounds alright until you think that that's 4 bill for 200 mil. I mean, it'd be a quick 200 mil. Oh, sorry, Doris. Is Mummy coming with your ice packs? Yeah? Is Mummy coming with your ice packs, baby? Look at that tail go. It's almost no clicking on your damaged hands. You got all the time IRL, but fast clicking on dehyds or urns or gems hurts. Yeah, that's something I can sympathize with. Needing to look after your hands. It's very important. Okay, I'm missing 10 Hellfire metal. There's a material cache right here for that. Is that better, Boba? Yeah. Oh. Boop. Look at that racing stripe. Although, I swear the racing stripe's gotten wider. Is that too cold? Look at that tail. Look at that tail go. Darius, you got your ice packs, yeah? Yeah. That's a happy pom. That is one happy pom. Yeah, let's go restore this thing. Hello, Gig. Nice of you to join us.
Mwah.
Okay, I need to pick up a... There it is. Chaotic. Why does it require that? Yeah, sorry, Darius. You can...
You made it uncomfy again. Ruined it.
Okay, I have to keep facing this way, I guess. Why does this require 80 dungeoneering? That's a... That is a not pleasant surprise, I'm not gonna lie. I'm about to do so much, I'm about to do so much rune crafting that Nexus mod is, like, actually worth it. I wanted to avoid this until the dungeoneering rework dropped. I mean, depending on what my prestige is like and cards and stuff, this shouldn't be too bad. It's just really unfortunate timing. Come on then. Okay, form party. I mean, my prestige situation's fine. So I just need to take a look at my Garaggio cards. Which I'm assuming I used up the majority of. Cloning Mosquito is double tokens, so we'll take those. And then... None of these are useful. So we want to buy 5 solo cards. There's a Beguiling Smoke Devil and a Cloning Mosquito. Oh no, Cloning Mosquito is double tokens again. Preening Ibis is the... is XP boost. Protecting Titan is whatever. Trading Leech. Trading Leech is also kind of whatever. So I have a bunch of token boosts. Do you want to go with Mummy now? Oh. Okay. She's made a right state of this, huh? You're gonna go with Mummy, yeah? Yeah? You're gonna go to bed with Mummy? May I have a drink? Okay. Let's oh no, Dungeoneering, why not wait 2 weeks? Because, my friend, I need to buy a chaotic gate stone before I can do rune crafting and get my rune pouches. I cannot currently buy a chaotic gate stone. Thank you. I love you. So, go time. Use your advanced time spell to skip the next update. I like this guy. But no, the plan is we go in on floor 38. We're gonna make it a large. We don't want to choose the next boss. My gear kind of sucks in here. I have tier 70 range, but that's about it. If we get anything better for the other styles, we'll use it. So what we're going to do is at the start of this floor, we're going to pop a Beguiling Smoke Devil. That means we now skip the level requirements for all the doors. Watch out, the AG is going to smack you hard. AG. You don't mind DG normally, but with DG key being broken? Oh yeah, I've got some thoughts about the state of Alt 1 at the moment. I still have the cold debuff. Oh yeah, that bug. Yeah. Fun little bug. Man, I was genuinely wondering why I never went and made Nexus mod. Yep. Yeah. So this is like purely an outsider's POV because I'm not part of the Alt 1 development team or anything. But I wouldn't put much. My current impression is that we shouldn't put much hope in Alt 1 getting its broken parts updated. Because the developer for RS3 Quest Buddy actually put up a PR to the Alt 1 repo to fix the buff reader. And it was just closed with like no comments, no we're working on a fix for this, no reason given. It was just closed and declined. I don't know if they've like spoken behind the scenes, but first of all, that's not how you should use GitHub. You don't have conversations like that behind the scenes. That's literally the entire point of it being open source, is that it documents itself, but whatever. So either they're working on a fix behind the scenes, or they're not doing that, and they just are not going to fix it because the API is coming. Which, you know, fair. But also, like, if someone else is going to fix it for you, don't decline it. There's plenty of actual game time to be had before we get the API. And a lot of people rely on Alt 1 stuff, not only for, like, gameplay convenience, but accessibility stuff as well, right? I just want to say thanks for making such videos, and your videos have brought you back to the game from OSRS. Question of archaeology is now, is it normal to be ahead of the wiki? Like you're level 45, but still getting artifact dimensions from level 30. Yeah, basically that carries on until... That would be the case until you reach about the end of the Centerston dig site. So around level 70, you'll kind of be even with it at that point. And then after that point, you'll start having to restore more artifacts than it says per spot. And that's when you start actually, like, camping spots to do collections and stuff like the Demonheim spot, etc. I should swap out Bombard for Snapshot in this. Wait, no, that's Piercing Shot. Where's Snapshot? There we go. Okay, we're matching that one there. You're kind of rushing Gate because it looked fun on the video, and boy, Archaeology is rough to train. It is, without all, like, the unlocks for it, it is quite a tedious skill to train. Although, this might sound weird, but, Archaeology actually kind of reminds me a little bit of, like, Motherlode Mine. Where it's like you collect stuff, get a full inventory, go deposit it somewhere, and then just go straight back. Gate is fun for the first 5 to 10 KC. I mean, it depends. It depends on, like, how quick you get down to your PB. There's enough things you can, like, improve over time, and you can get some fun out of Gate, I feel. Have I been to the Red Prison in OSRS? Not on an Iron Man. I've done it a bit on a main, but you don't have to stay there very long on a main, so... Well, you don't really have to do it at all on a main, I guess. Gate is miles ahead of that. I need a fishing level 86. So this is where the Beguiling Smoke Devil card falls over. I can't go through that door, even though I've popped a card that should allow me to open every door. Because that door, the level isn't attached to the door, it's attached to the puzzle in the room. I need to pick up some food. Nope, just bowstrings. Okay, I need to make a bow. I thought it was about to melee me, but nope, that was fire breath to the face. Congrats on 99 magic, TYTY. Yeah, I should have dropped a, what's it called, a gatestone back here when I went south. I just thought south was gonna dead end quicker than it did. Man, without persistent rage, killing those mercenary leaders before they actually summon anyone feels like a tough ask. Okay, that's starting to wander off that way. That's a dead end. This one's probably not going to be a dead end. That's quite a few keys. So this side's more likely to dead end, I think. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop the group gatestone here. Okay. Oh, okay, I don't have that key. So group gatestone's at Green Crescent. I was about to say, do I stop to do some divination, but I never activated the engram to get quadruple XP in dungeoneering, doing dungeoneering divination. So it wouldn't even be good XP to do it. You did do like 2 or 3 gate KC in leagues last year, but didn't do much more. Yeah, I don't think leagues really needed anything from gate. But if you end up playing an Iron Man and RS3, it has got some very good drops for you. Oh god, that's a... Why are there so many level 138s now? Oh, right, because my combat level was like 134. I forgot about that. I need to get a good magic weapon in here. Like normally I'd be all for just keep using ranged, but when I'm 99 magic but 82 ranged, that the benefits of range stop outweighing the level difference. Another thing you wanted to try is its newest invention, which Gate from your series unlocked. Yeah, Gate dealt with what I would consider the 2 trickier requirements for invention. Smithing is kind of like you smith. There's not really much to it. You leveled the 2 up in tandem. So it takes a bit, but it's chill enough. But yeah, crafting requires you to find resources through not always rewarding methods. Man, of course I see so many Radiant Wisps in the floor where I don't have interest in doing. Divination. Also, I haven't seen a single door so far mention that the Beguiling Smoke Devil's activated. So if I end up, like, not actually getting any benefit out of that, I'm gonna be a little sad. OSRS Iron Man crafting was mining sandstone forever, then smithing glass stuff, so you don't want to repeat that. I think we have had similar for a while. Wow, the fail rate. We had similar for a while where making, what was it called? Unpowered light orbs was our crafting method, but that was a long time ago at this point. Doing Ivar and full Mithril is spicy. You have 37% hit chance. Oh boy. Wait, hang on. Doesn't that guy drop a tier 40 weapon? So like the kind of thing you'd upgrade to from Mithril? Shouldn't he kind of been designed to be done with Mithril in that case? Or did they want you to be wearing Addy, I guess? Oh jeez, another 138 mob. My my combat levels got up enough that dungeoneering is now painful. I plucked the denizens. Oh, we need a fishing rod. Where do we suppose a fishing rod's gonna be at? I mean, it was either there or in one of those like barrels over there. Wait, what? Okay, I have the green crescent now. What was the one up there? Should have made a note in the oh well, this is the boss room, so let's deal with him real quick. Now he's weaker than some of the mobs I've found in this place. It's a tier 40 with tier 50 stats. Yeah, crafting, there are some methods of training crafting that don't involve doing gate. Like you can do dungeoneering crafting where you do dungeoneering to get gold in dungeoneering, use that gold to buy, what's it called? And you use that gold to buy hides to craft with. Okay, we do have the store. Another Radiant Wisp? Man, I swear to, if I saw this many Radiant Wisps in one floor when I was trying to do Dungeoneering Divination way back when, I would have been over the freaking moon. Absolutely getting trolled by the game right now. Okay, that's this side of the dungeon done. Now I just need to go finish off this like right side. And we pray that that's just one random lone door we can't get through. Silver rectangle we don't have. That door's just repair key. These are going to be all the doors where if we were going to see a use out of the Smoke Devil card, it would be here. 75 dungeoneering, you're jealous? I have no patience for it. I need to go to 80. I've had 75 for a while because I went to get into Prif, but now I need 80 for a rune crafting relic. Purple shield goes down there. You've got 52 after 6 weeks, but need 75. I feel you there. There we go. The Smoke Devil card actually got used. Okay, so that north door is a skill door, so we can definitely get through that thanks to the Smoke Devil card. And then that southern door was silver rectangle, which we have. Cool, so we just open these up and then we're all done. Looks like it is just going to be one lonesome floor we can't, or one lonesome door we can't open. Okay, I guess also losing Shadow's Grace and then immediately going into Dungeoneering is a bit of an unfortunate timing. This is a very pointless path. Okay, so after all that, we can go in here. We can now replace our Smoke Devil card with the Preening Ibis, which gives us 50% more XP. So we should get a like 110k drop? 109.6k. Which puts us about 2/3 of the way through 76. I don't remember if using an XP card also increases the amount of tokens you get, but that should have been another 10k tokens if it did. Pretty sure this is the floor we just did. We just finished the goal for making Ganodermic armor today. So I'm now working on rune pouches as my new goal. The invention part is also done. Yeah, both of those goals have now been ticked off as of today, so I do need to update it. Tell you what, I'll do that right now. Current goals. Rune pouches. ATRC for tuna. G-Conk from Carapac. Planted feet from Hellware. And scripture from Arch Glacier. There we go. That's a summary of all the things we need to tick off before our Zuck run. The enhanced Excalibur's also in there, but that's such a small little thing that I need to finish. It's like a few cooking levels that I'm missing, so I'm not gonna bother adding that to the list. Any luck with these? Scavenging Meerkats and Reversing Phoenix. Man, I hate that they put so many fucking useless cards in the pool. Okay, so if we're now going to, we now need to get a load of tokens. Also, ads. So I'll start the floor and then I'll explain what I'm gonna be doing once the floor's actually over. Or once the ads are over, sorry. Blue triangle to the south. So basically, the TLDR of what I'm gonna say once we what I'm gonna say once ads are done is that I want to do the 3 floors just before the 2 I've done this prestige with the clothing mosquito cards on guided larges to get some more tokens, so then I can use those tokens to try and roll for a bonus XP cards on 70 floor 70 or level 77's floor, sorry. Word's hard today. Also, I'm starting to get real tired of the weather pattern right now. It spends all day cold, like so cold that I can't even do the like specific bits of spring cleaning that I need to do, because it needs to be like sufficiently hot to actually dry out the carpet before it gets to nighttime, because I can't have it wet overnight. And it was so cold this morning, and then as soon as we get to evening, it's like super warm. And it's like I can't work with that. Not as in like I can't work with the heat. It's more like I can't work with it being cold for most of the time and then just all the heat bundled into one part of the day, because that's not going to dry out the carpet. Just put it on the stove to dry it. How do I put an entire carpet on the stove? A carpet that's fixed to the floor right now, I might add. Anyway, welcome back for the ads. You didn't really miss much. We're just starting some new floors. So I'll summarize what I'm doing right now for those who got hit by those. I am doing the floors just before the occults, and I'm going to use my cloning mosquito cards on these floors. I'm doing guided larges rather than full larges. But I'm going to use my cloning mosquito cards to give double tokens on these floors, so I get a bunch of tokens that I can then redeem. I can then spend on more cards to try and get the extra XP cards to use on the floor that I'm going to unlock when I hit 77. Because basically every time I do one of those like big floors, if I have the goated combo of the Beguiling Smoke Devil and one of the XP boosters, then it's like 2/3 of a level every time I do one. And I'm with you. It's really dumb that you kind of have to do this to make dungeoneering not suck too much. The cards are a really frustrating system, especially since so many of them just blow. Like you have one that gives you double XP for a floor, and one that gives you a greater chance for Slayer mobs to spawn. And one of those is super common, and the other is super rare. So not only is one of them like hugely impactful, but you also have to really fish for it. Thoughts on just camping the Arch collection for wildcards? I mean, I could camp the Archaeology collection for tokens as well. That's another option instead of actually trading dungeoneering, but that's way slower. I'd rather do a higher level archaeology spot and just train dungeoneering than do that personally. Also, I need to remember to keep an eye on the map and make sure I'm only going down paths that are, what's it called? That are guide paths. Like, you open the first layer of doors. Like, I'll open this divine door, assuming I have the level. But if there was like a big puzzle there, I wouldn't bother with it because it wouldn't be worth the time for an optional room. Okay, I need to put the personal gatestone at blue diamond. This one's at blue shield. So we have blue diamond, blue shield, and I go back to base. Wait, what? How do I not have it? There's only 3 mandatory doors. And I don't have the key for any of them. Which means I've left a key somewhere. Man, not having Shadow's Grace is really, really rough. Why on earth is 80 dungeoneering required to make a 68 archaeology relic? I mean, I may as well open that while I'm here. I mean, it's not going to be the right key because it's in an optional room. Oh, wait, hang on. This is this room up here. I saw it only had optional rooms attached to it, and I was like, oh god, that's a ferret room with only optional rooms. Hello, ferret. You wanna go? God, I hate these things. Like, without having, what's it called? Without having dive available, these ferrets are freaking impossible. Okay. Let's get back to the door we can actually open, which is not that one. Because it's a must-have relic. I mean, I don't even know if it's a must-have relic. Out of the two rune crafting relics, it's the one you don't need if you're gonna do necro rune crafting. If I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't hold your breath on. I wouldn't hold your breath on them updating the rooms. With how quick they've gone from announcing that this is coming out to releasing it with very little motion between it, I wouldn't expect any more than what they said in the first post. Which is mostly around cleaning up the systems that exist around dungeoneering rather than making doing the dungeons better. We might see like a little bit of quality of life, but I wouldn't expect to see anything major. Man, I'm so rusty when it comes to dungeoneering. This floor was terribly slow for a guide large. Okay, so oh, that's not even a guardian door. Estelle, thank you very much for the follow. And hang on, I have auto retaliate disabled. Why on earth did I stop walking towards the door to auto retaliate there? Okay, I don't have the correct key to go through there. So back near base is blue triangle again. Jota, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Oh boy, level 138. Seeing a lot of these 138 guys now that my combat level is up there. Which means it's probably not worth the effort for... What's it called? For just getting to 80 dungeoneering. Since we should get that, if not at the end of this floor, at the end of next floor. But it will be quite worth getting a good magic weapon to drop with how far ahead magic is than the other styles. If I decide to go for like 95 or 99 dungeoneering at any point. Having never used guide mode, do you use it for all larges or just the lower floors? I use it for basically in place of like trying to do full mediums. Basically, I find that a guided large gives similar XP and takes about as long as doing a full clear of a medium floor. But it doesn't get impacted by not being able to open the optional doors. Man, this is a This is a rough layout. Loads of stuff I've bumped into so far that I have not been able to open yet. Is the dungeoneering rework done? Nope, I just hit a random 80 dungeoneering requirement for the what's it called? I just hit a random 80 dungeoneering requirement for a rune crafting archaeology perk. What's the new armor you're making? I've already made it. We made our Ganodermic today. I guess I should say new to us armor, not actually new to the game. Yeah, we made Ganodermic, we put Impatient on it, Crackling 4, Relentless 3 on it, Biting, and Enhanced Devoted. What makes it guided? You've never done one before? So on the map, this is done a lot better in DG Key if one ever gets fixed. So if you're doing this and DG Key is ever fixed, use DG Key, but some of the rooms I'm going into are lighter than others. Those ones are the critical path, which is the required path to complete the dungeon. Whereas the ones that are like a darker shade, those are just the optional rooms. So the idea with doing guided floors is that you follow the critical path and you open the optional doors as you go. Like, say you run through a room like this one. This door up here is optional, right? But it costs me not much to just go and open this and reveal what's on the other side, which gives me the XP for that room. But I'm not going to go chasing down there. Like, technically, if I had the gold corner, it would be worth, like, going and using the gold corner. But it, like, I could examine this, need 66 wood cutting. Technically, that might be worth my time to, like, you know, go through and actually open that. But then, like, as soon as I hit, like, a door I can't open, like gold corner, crimson triangle, don't have those keys, you just forget about what you saw down there and just move on. You can do it even more extreme by literally just opening the door, not even looking in there, and just like, sticking to the critical path like glue. Oh boy. And then there's also a version of it where you just have like you turn guide mode on, but you go and complete the floor as much as possible anyway. But then you have like a list of rooms that you will only ever do if they're on the critical path. So rooms that are like super slow, like the like some of the ferret rooms, the plant room, stuff like that, right? Where on average it's better to take the XP hit from having guide mode enabled than it is to spend minutes doing single rooms. Okay, like here you see the west room. There's a puzzle in there. It's an optional room. I'm not gonna bother with it. My only problem is that the some of the question marks can be quite hard to see. Like here, we're in an optional room, so I'm not gonna sweat. Like, I'm not gonna bother opening a guardian door. I technically have gold triangle, but I'm already out of there. I'm just not gonna worry about that. I want to go to where the next mandatory room is, which is up north. So I need to go all the way west and up. And by the looks of this is the last mandatory door. So this should be the boss room. Yeah, it's very hard to see in the base client. Like I was struggling to find what the last critical path door was there. Offhand, Prometheum Warhammer. Can I? Technically, I have too many things bound. Let's just destroy you. Finding tier 90 weapons is always worth it. There we go. We got 30k XP for that in like 8 minutes. I don't want to do this on... Oh, I forgot to use the cloning mosquito card. Fuck's sake. I was so busy explaining the strat that I forgot to use the card that the strat was to utilize. Okay. Give us good cards, please. Okay, that one's a good one. Preening Ibis is good. That's a 1.5 times XP card. Scavenging Meerkats fucking suck. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to enable guide mode. I want to do 2 abandoned floors again. And I want to save the occult floors for XP multipliers. So we have guide mode on. We go in with large. No, Meerkat cards suck. Jesus. Twisting my words, man. Okay, we got lots of critical path here. We got orange corner down there. A neat little thing to know is that when you're going through the critical path, you will not have to boost for any of the doors. So you won't have to boost any doors. There won't be any doors you can't do. So the idea is that this really comes into its own when you would try and full clear a large floor or something that might take you like 20 minutes just to have hit a bunch of doors that you can't actually do. Which then mean you can't get a key and you open like 1 optional door at the end of it. But because you were trying to open everything, it ends up slowing you down enough to the point of making it take way longer and basically giving you the same XP as if you'd done a guided floor anyway. Slayer point unlocks? Is there any route to take with it? You just unlock the stuff as and when you need it. Like, I think broad fletching and Slayer rings are your best 2 unlocks at the start. But beyond that, it's just unlock stuff as you need it. If you want to use Cedar Side a bunch, like I did, you put the Cedar Side on the tool belt. If you want to do a bunch of stuff with Bone Crusher, you can put that on the tool belt. If you want to go kill gargoyles for money, you unlock the ability to instant kill mobs. If you want to unlock the Slayer helm stand in Anachronia, you unlock the ability to make Slayer helms. It's just very flexible with what specifically you want to get at what point. Obviously, at some point, if you're going to do the Slayer point boosting method, you need 600 Slayer points to set up your blocks. So just as soon as you can fit that in, really. Don't really have it. Yeah, that's what I would do. Like, I'm sitting on 1,580 Slayer points. If I decide at some point to just send a bunch of Reaper tasks, like say I decide, you know what, I really want the Amulet of Souls, I'll just send a week's worth of Reaper tasks and buy the Hydrix. Then I have Slayer points banked to skip like Zuck tasks and stuff, right? Oh wait, this isn't even a mandatory room. I thought it was. I think we're almost done with this floor already. We've got one like mandatory door open, and unless that splinters off, we should pretty much be on a straight shot for the boss. It has been nice not having to feel like I constantly need to be doing Reaper tasks. Like, at some point, I will just want to send a load of them. Like, I'll need to do about 3 weeks to get an EOF at some point. But partially because of the changes they've made to... What's it called? Partially because of the changes they've made to combat in general, where you don't struggle to spend excess adrenaline anymore. Like, you used to have problems, like, if you got, like, a relentless proc on Sunshine or something and you didn't have an EOF, you kind of just didn't really get to benefit from it because Asphyxiate and Wild Magic had 20-second cooldowns, right? Yeah, the critical path is through the... What's it called? Through the Guardian door here. Actually, both doors are critical path. So I'm assuming there's a key beyond here. But up there isn't critical, so we just ignore that. Come on, not skeletons. Not skeletons, woohoo! What do you expect / want to see from the Dungeoneering rework? Garajo cards deleted, but base Dungeoneering XP boosted to account for the fact that you to account for the fact that you don't have them anymore, so that you don't need to screw around with them, but you know, basically the kind of XP rate you can get with them, maybe a little lower, but you should be able to get those without having to screw around with them. Also, it's a shame that a kite shield is literally worthless in here, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, that's another 30k XP, another 6k tokens, I guess, because I doubled it. So, get rid of Garajo cards, boost the XP. The only other thing I can think that you'd massively lose out on with the cards going is Myla recipes. So I'd hope they think about Myla recipes and how you obtain them. Make them a little more feasible to actually go for, you know? Yeah, I'm not doing that room for an optional. Also, like, let's at least clarify, like, the consistent yak thing with the Milo recipes. I haven't had a single consistent yak card from all the cards I've bought so far. So they're not particularly great to get right now. And that really sucks because, like, some of them are just, you know, good potions that you want to have access to. And some of them are kind of dead in the water and, yeah. It's one of those cases where you have to unlock all the bad stuff to get the one good thing you actually want. Oh. Can't you just buy the good ones? Most of them. Like Supreme Overloads, Elder Overloads, those ones you can just straight up buy. But getting stuff like the Perfect Plus potion, which is a way to use overloads to make skilling juju potions. You need to get that from Dungeoneering first. Also, did I have to talk to Lady Myle before doing floors to actually start finding them? Or did I just have to complete Plague's End? I think I had to speak to Lady Myle, so I might be not even possible. It might not even be possible to find them. That's the other thing, right? Like, someone's completed Plague's End, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I you know, I've unlocked the Myle clan place." And it's like, "Oh yeah, but did you actually talk to her about this one specific thing in her dialogue to find a piece of paper in a dungeon?" No, I didn't. I don't think I did. Yeah, I knew he was going to be a 138. He's on his own. Yeah, get rid of Garajo cards, boost XP to make it so that you're essentially gaming as if you were min-maxing Garajo cards, but you don't need to. Make it so prestiging isn't so, like, pulling teeth. Like, as it currently stands, prestiging is a really big barrier to just randomly. Like, say I was like, "Hey guys, should we go do some dungeoneering?" Even if any of you actually wanted to, which, you know, is the first barrier. The second barrier is, okay, who actually has this floor available? So then you have the issue of either grouping up with people who are too low level to do the floor I want to do, or people who are who are higher level and want to do a better floor. Also, those Gorgonite arrows would be nice, but I can't fire them out of my current bow. So I'd need to get a tier 80 bow this floor as well, which I think would be seeing Sagittaire as the boss. I mean, I could maybe fletch my own. Yeah, I can upgrade my, I think I can upgrade my bow this floor. That might not be a bad idea. Getting the money's going to be a little tricky, though, because I've been avoiding killing everything. Actually, I have the, what's it called? I have the woodcutting level to woodcut tier. A tier 9 log. I just need to find a woodcutting spot. That's tier 8. Yeah, tier 8 is level 70, so not that one. That's also tier 8. That is much lower level. Well, not much, but that is lower level. I might just have to suck it up and buy the log. Okay, there's a tier 2, not the right tier. Okay, how much is the log I want, and what's it called? End Gallow, 60k. Do I stream on YouTube as well? Because Twitch is awful with random ads. I agree with you on the ad front, but I've not, what the heck? I knocked the thing out. Why am I getting screwed over? Yeah, I'm just gonna keep killing enemies until one of them actually drops enough money. But yeah, I don't stream on YouTube at the moment. I don't know what people use to multi-stream like that. So I could look into it. Also, this might sound really really minor, but having to make a thumbnail for the YouTube stream is a pain in my butt. I guess I could just use a generic one to mean hardcore live, but that seems boring. There is a dude in the orb slowly turning around. Wait, what? I thought that was like a floating eyeball or something that just... It'd be nice since most of your audience is there. What? The other thing is it's a completely different type of content. Like, my YouTube videos are heavily edited, much higher energy, very focused. Whereas my streams are just, hey, I'm grinding this thing today. Let's chill. Wait, I'm running down optional rooms for no reason. Spine Beam is tier 5. Where End Gallow? That's Corpse Form, that's tier 8. I can at least sell it. YouTube is about RuneScape, Twitch is about Doris? Not wrong. Oh, that sold for like nothing. Oh boy, I need to actually find a mob that drops some GP. What the heck? I thought there was like there's always a mob that like drops like 50k near the start of a floor. Where's that guy at? Well, that's better. Yeah, my time in this floor is gonna be. Yeah, this is the guy that drops the stupid money. Good, good. So we need an Ent Gallow and a bowstring. I'm then going to need to boost to 81 fletching. So I just need any kind of artisan potion. Which this is one of the things that kind of annoys me about this as well. The best way to figure out how you make an artisan potion is to wiki it instead of actually just look at it in the game. Because opening the Make X interface is the best way to figure out this kind of stuff, right? But you can't open the Make X interface unless you have something to make. So Magebane and Red Moss. And a vial. And then I need to find a farming spot. Oh, I really hope there's a farming spot. You've made dungeoneering a lot more interesting. Or a bit more interesting, not a lot more. Not a miracle worker. You've just been opening random doors and hoping for the best. Wait, I left 50k, 70k just on the floor here. Why am I like this? Okay, we just gotta wait for this to grow now, and then by the looks of it, we go back to base, go west and around, and the boss should be like there. And then after this floor, I need to go and talk. Actually, I'm gonna use the, what's it called? I'm gonna use the cloning mosquito now. Preening ibis I'm saving for an occult floor. Now I'm gonna go talk to Lady Myla after this, just in case we start running into potion fragments, which the chance of us actually doing that is so non-existent. Yeah, I do agree with you, Project, that Twitch is a pain in the butt with the ads. I'm currently trialing, like, just doing one bigger set of ads every hour instead of, like, having a small set every half an hour, because they just got so disruptive. Like, every half an hour, like, just trying to have a conversation, getting interrupted, it got old fast. Okay. One Ent Yellow Shortbow. Give it a second, make sure it's definitely updated. Now, remove these. Destroy. Destroy. Bind and bind. That a normal artisan potion does not boost me high enough to make Gorgonite arrows, is one thing I will point out. So if I need to get more of those. You don't mind watching ads, it's just too many. Yeah, the 3 minutes per hour requirement on Twitch is kind of insane, especially for like smaller streamers where realistically Twitch isn't getting much out of me playing. That many ads in an hour, right? Wait, I have a level 90 wand. And a level 5 orb. Okay, it's a level 50 orb and a level 90 wand. Does that beat a level 80 bow? What are we thinking? Went back to Raksha and Rip got another Shadow Spike. Ouch. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, it feels bad that some of the, like, minor like +5 eye levels to this item, upgrade items are the same drop rate as like hugely impactful either ability codices or weapons or pocket slot items and stuff from some bosses. Okay. So we need to go talk to... Oh, I can't teleport from up here, right? We have 12k dungeoneering tokens, so we need to go talk to Lady Myla to make sure we can actually find Myla recipe fragments. Five spikes, 4 diverts, 1 G chain, no Greco, and 9 boots. Yeah, that is a rough log. Ask about Clan Myla. Like, what one of these even? Okay, you asked about the Myla skills, so she mentions herbal and engineering. What can I do here? Ask about harmony pills, buying herbal supplies, combination potion recipes. If you can go in there and find just one, let's say my recipe for super melee potion, then mix and bring me a 6 dose. So I had to have that conversation before I could find these recipe fragments. I'm pretty sure. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything else. But like, it's so buried, right? Oh wait, no, it was what can I do here? Combination potion recipes. Okay, yeah. So I've definitely talked to her about the potion recipe fragments, right? So surely now we can find them. Thieving Locust and Beguiling Smoke Devil. Well, we just got the combo. The big combo. So we want to do floor we want to do floor 39 on a non-guided large. Oh, no, floor. Oh, right. Okay, so what I want to do is if I do floor 36 with the Breeding Ibis card first. I'll do it as an unguided large as well. I don't want to use the Beguiling Smoke Devil card here because I've only got the one. But if I do this with a Breeding Ibis, that will unlock... what's it called? That will unlock floor 39. Then we do floor 39 with the Smoke Devil into the Thieving Locust. And that should get us... I mean, I would wager that will get us to 79 dungeoneering. You just want to be done with Rakshas so you can go to Zemi. You have one Zemi kill and excited to learn it and get the drops there? Oh, are you just like finishing the log at a boss before you move on? Is that what you're doing? Okay, I need 2 stones. I need to make a sword. I need to make a staff. Oh yeah, here's another thing that I hope they do. I hope they remove the random fail chances. Like that. Like, it doesn't make any sense why everything in Dungeoneering just has a random chance to fail. Like, the puzzle shouldn't be, do you pass the dice roll on not stabbing yourself with a chisel? It should be, do you craft the right weapon, right? Okay. Personal Gatestone is at Green Crescent. And I really should remember to pop overloads before I go into large floors like this. Okay, I actually need to solve that room, unfortunately. Okay, group gatestone is at purple diamond, so... There we go. Oh, of course. Of course there's a freaking ferret room. If I knew this was an optional room, I would just be skipping it. Okay, so I wanna... Yeah, I want to put the traps over here. This seems like the easiest. Of course I need 88 Hunter. Minus like 10k XP for that one. And I hate these rooms just because like it's so hard to get the camera in a place where you can actually see what the route is. Man, I barely missed a beat with even following the route there. I think I made like one mistake of walking the wrong way, and that was enough to fail it. Brutal timer. I mean, the timer's consistent regardless of how many steps the puzzle / solution has. So it's always like either super easy or super brutal, and there's like very low middle ground. Okay, gold corner, gold diamond back at base. Okay, we still don't have a green crescent, so we're going down this way. There's purple wedge there. Let's open both doors, see which one dead ends, if either. Some of these, I don't get how they don't just have like an agility option to just jump over the gap, because the agility one where you have to jump over it is way longer than some of these ones where you like fill in the gap with a rock. Danger Dino, or Danger Barney was a dinosaur who wouldn't give you Greco. And when he's tall, he's what we call... I don't even remember the Barney theme song. Oh, hang on. Yeah, we need to start this room. I have to kill everything because if I don't, then they will just keep closing the craft UI. Okay. We come back when that's done. 95 divination. Love that. So that's 95 divination we don't have. 88 hunter we don't have. The hunter one wouldn't have even been solved by beguiling smoke devil either. Now you see what I mean about just puzzle rooms that take freaking forever? Also, I'm actually flawed. We actually found a Myla page. I got a chance of that, finding a Myla page a first dungeon after talking to her. Well, I guess at least now I know for sure that I picked the correct chat option to unlock them. So 1, 2, 3, 4. AUF's even worth it? You use them as swaps, but you mostly Campam hedge. Oh wait, they're all just on by default. That was different for that room. Is there a way to make your loot window stay permanently open? Nope. It'll just close after a while of running around. Not sure if it's like if you run long enough without actually looting from it, or if you like cover a far enough distance in a certain amount of time, but it's really annoying, is all I know. Still no green crescent. Man, this is the point where I would really enjoy DG key, because it would tell me everything, every door I've passed on my current route, and if I can go back and open them or not. Now I've finished this pathway, whereas now I need to go back and check them all myself. Like that one, yellow crescent, still don't have that. Actually, I should probably, with how far that is away from stuff, I should probably move my personal gatestone to yellow crescent. Green crescent's pretty close to base, so. Okay, this is just a guardian door that I didn't open. Crimson rectangle and a guardian door. You did 1 to 45 dungeoneering on your phone. It was fun. But you had... You enjoyed dungeoneering? I've never heard someone say that before. Actually, no, that's a lie. There's one person I've heard say it, but he's a, he's Iron Araxor, and he's a bit of a... how do we call it? A mad lad? We started Group Iron Man, and he immediately locked himself in Demonheim and went for 99 dungeoneering. Okay, the one down here is yellow shield, but it looks like it's in the position of being an optional door, so I'm gonna wager that's a, that key is behind one of the doors I can't open. That's the yellow crescent. So then we have blue diamond that I also don't have. There's just a load of keys I don't have. Great. That was the hunter room over there. That was the divination door I can't open. So wait, the door... It has to be the door beneath the starting room. Oh wait, there's a guardian room there I missed. Okay, let's at least do the boss and then... Of course, swapped straight to protect from range. Do we get any Ent Gallow shortbow? That's the same one I just made. Dang it. I literally just made that. Yeah, you see what I mean looking at this map, right? Trying to do a full clear of a large floor. I've spent 16 minutes in it instead of the like 8 that I was able to do a guided large in. And sure, there are more rooms open, but like, look how many rooms I can't go in. To be fair, that might change with this door because guardian doors typically open quite a bit of stuff. Oh my god, like a ferret room. Why? Man, can you buzz off? Okay, apparently I was incorrect about Guardian doors opening a fair bit. That got me just a couple extra rooms. Well, we'll still use the preening ibis. I wouldn't, if I was trying to go for 99 right now, I wouldn't use the preening ibis there because I didn't open enough doors for it to be worth it, in my opinion. But like, that's the XP. That's not doubled, right? No. No, we got, so when we did the floor with the beguiling smoke devil, we were able to like open everything, right? We got over 100k XP drop with the preening ibis. There we got under 100k. Actually, I think it was like 109k or something when we used the beguiling smoke devil. So that's like such a huge impact that it basically took us the same amount of time. Also, yeah, I need to leave so that I can go do floor 39 now, and we're going to use the smoke devil and the thieving locust this time. Which I pray just springboards us all the way to 79. Wait, what? Excuse me? I did an occult floor. Why have I not unlocked 39? 78, 77 plus 1 divided by 2. Okay. I guess I'm just doing a C1 small of 38 to actually get it to unlock then. My eye's been really twitchy this weekend. I mean, it makes sense. I injured it on a Thursday, right? So it makes sense that it's a little bit twitchy, because even though it's healed up, it's still a bit, probably still needs rest if I'm gonna be honest, but no one's got time for that. Man, I get an air staff. I get level 60 melee weapons when I come down here, but I get a level 30 magic weapon. Ew. Okay, now we've got floor 39. So we want to start a party, floor 39. Complexity 6, no guide mode. We're going to send a large. And if I remember, it's, yes. We start with the Beguiling Smoke Devil, and then we Thieving Locust at the end of it. Wait, I don't know why I'm bothering killing these. You don't need to. You don't need to kill the enemies in these rooms. And there's a pillar that needs repairing. Man, I miss the Shadow Silk Hood meta. I don't know if it's still, like, meta to go and get one of those, but... maybe we just get one here and test it. You were doing full clear dungeoneering and doing all the skilling? Yeah, that's the way Rax likes doing it. Which, to be fair, his reasoning behind it is really solid. Like, doing all the, like, skilling nodes in dungeoneering is really efficient in terms of, like, time spent skilling. Like, the time you spend fishing is really good fishing XP. The time you spend woodcutting is really good woodcutting XP. The time you spend doing divination is really good divination XP. So if you want to get a load of different skills up, it's really efficient to just do them all in dungeoneering. And also the time you spend crafting is really efficient doing crafting. Like, normally when you do dungeoneering DG crafting, you're just looking at the crafting XP an hour, and it's like, it's like a little better XP per hour than Gemrock's is, but it's much more active. But if you just, like, happen to be going around gathering stuff anyway, and then just, like, sell everything to the shop at the end of the floor, you spend all this other time doing different scaling methods, and then you just spend a little time getting really quick crafting XP, and you didn't specifically go around and collect money for the crafting, so it technically makes the crafting even more efficient. So it's a really interesting way to approach dungeoneering. My playstyle was a lot more hyperfixation on things. Like, I'm gonna look at the thing I really want, and I'm gonna find the way to get that thing as fast as I can. Is crafting actually really good XP for in dungeoneering? What are you making for it? You just make the level, like, using the lowest level... what's it called? Using the lowest level... using the lowest level lever, you just make plate bodies. Or not plate bodies, like chess pieces. But you use the the gathering ring effect to save hides. So you end up, like, making them really efficiently, and then you can sell them back when you're done crafting them and buy more hides. And it just kind of, like, compounds and results in, like, a big burst of XP. And you're also able to craft them in, like, I think it's one-tick crafting. Or something silly like that. Yeah, it's not that the XP drops themselves are massive, it's just, yeah, the amount of items you can craft, how quick you craft them, the hides being stackable, meaning you make full invents in, like, no time flat. This is one of those rooms that could still brick us. Because every single one of these checks, the smithing check, the crafting check, the, I think, ranged check to actually throw the climbing hook, and the agility check to walk over. You can fail. You could not have the level for any of them, and because they're not tied to the door specifically, your Beguiling Smoke Devil card doesn't help. Oh, okay, I forgot. When you spawn a mercenary leader, go in and kill it immediately, or it will just start spawning other guys. Fortunately, it didn't matter there because that was a low-level guy, but... This should be a pretty quick dead end, so I'm just going to run down here. Yeah, there we go. Anytime you hit a dead end that doesn't have a key in it, you know that you've just gone through a bunch of optional rooms. Or maybe just the one optional room, but you know you've gone through optional rooms. So, you know, with at least a moment of like, oh, I'm actually going to get some XP for this floor. Okay, can we stop half healthing ourselves on trying to mine a rock? We've done plenty of it. Oh, you are an absolute git. One freaking level. I can't even use, what's it called? Divination to help me with that either. Because it's not on the door, it's on a fucking puzzle piece. I genuinely think I'm making a, what's it called? Like, when that's the only door I've got left, I think I'm making a melee potion. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a potion for that one, like... Because we're doubling the XP for this floor, it's... And also, something else, like, I've not really touched on is that I'm very close to wiping out all my good XP floors, right? This is the second to last occult I'll be able to do before 80. Which is why I want to hit 90, right? I want to hit 90 because when I hit 90, oh, not 90, sorry. When I hit 79, I get the last occult floor, which is going to be my last, like, big XP floor available. Which also means I need to start thinking about actually saving enough tokens to have the 25k to spend. I mean, I guess I could always just spend all my tokens, get the 80, then go kill Cerberus for 5 times for tokens. That is an option. But like one of the issues with the prestige system is I could do all this like fancy footwork I'm doing to start to get decent XP an hour and make the best use out of my floors, and then at some point the game's just gonna go, yeah, how about you just go do like 29 C1 small rushes for like 20k XP? I don't know how much XP you'd get out of that, but like it's basically very little. How about you go do that? And then I'm just sitting there like, but why? I don't want to do that. And it's like, yeah, but if you do, then you can actually go, you know, train the skill again. Does that sound good? And I'm just sitting there like, but I don't want to do that. I want to actually just train the skill, you know? I want every floor to actually feel like I'm training the skill instead of... wait, what the... Okay. How do I make a melee potion? Magebane and Misshapen Claw. So, Mage Bane, Misshapen Claw, and a Vial. Find a farming patch that's nearby. Doesn't look like there is one particularly nearby. Still don't have Gold Corner. Although at least we have Green Corner now. Although wasn't that where I just went to with the group Gatestone? Oh wait, hang, that was the farming patch. So what if I put the plant the Mage Bane here, drop the personal Gatestone here, go to the group Gatestone and check the Green Corner. Yes. And now I don't have the correct key because it's now a silver rectangle here. Also, I gotta say, once again, this floor would have been cracked if we were doing DG div. I've seen like 2 rooms of Radiance and 2 rooms of Brilliant already. Most of the time, or most of the XP per hour, like what decides your XP per hour when it comes to doing DG div is just do the floors that you do have Radiant and Brilliant Wisps on them. That's most of it. Okay. We have the melee potions. We can now go open that door. That was a dead end without a key, so that meant that was just another optional door. Blue wedge we now have. Crimson pentagon we have, yellow diamond we have. Okay, we're on the stage of starting to spend our keys. Okay, that's just a ghost room. Well, I'm expecting the boss room to show up soon. Actually, I'm expecting the boss room to be over by the group Gatestone. Nope, it's right here. Okay, we'll stick the personal Gatestone at the boss room. We will go and boost for the strength door, because I'm assuming all those other doors are doors that we don't have the keys for. Wait, hang on, this is not the right way. Oh, God, I miss Shadow's Grace so bad. Oh wait, do I even... I was about to say, do I even have the level for the prayer door that was on the other side? But I do. That would have been the bit that the Smoke Devil card would have actually been able to help me out with. Yeah, I don't remember what that door is up there, but we're looking like we're going to get close enough to it to see. Oh, wow. We hit a key door we don't have. And this is kind of out of the way. At least it's more out of the way than the boss room is. Never mind, we got the... No, that's not the right key. Oh, it's that one over there. Okay, yeah, this is way more out of the way than the boss room is, so I'm gonna drop the gatestone here at gold rectangle. This one is silver rectangle, which we also don't have, so I'm gonna wager we have to go to that north room now. That's a silver key. We got 2 silver keys, and it's not going to be a rectangle, so we probably have that. And there's the gold rectangle, so we can go back to that door and get that open. So I'm assuming gold corner is right below base. There's the purple wedge key, which I haven't seen the purple wedge door, because this is silver rectangle here. So this one just south must be gold corner, and then there's probably going to be a purple wedge behind it somewhere. Empty guardian room is all... Oh wait, no, not empty. There's someone hiding it. Please tell me I have the summoning level for this. Sticks and stones something something, but yes, he wasn't speaking gibberish. Bones. And there's the purple wedge. Well, there's the silver rectangle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the personal gatestone here, kill off the enemy, start the golem, assuming I don't lack the level requirement for the golem. Guy needs a head. Okay, I don't. So we go open the silver rectangle door while that's working. I don't know how many times the Beguiling Smoke Devils even proc this floor, but maybe I should start saving it until I actually hit a door it can affect that I can't open. But yeah, we should have a... I'm not gonna speak too soon, hopefully, here. But it's looking like a potential full clear floor. Which, the fact that's even, like, a possibility to not happen with the Smoke Devil is kind of nuts. But yep, we have a full clear floor, which is going to be... Actually, I'm going to pop the Feeding Locust right now. So I don't forget after killing the boss. Because that would be worst case scenario. Okay. Once this boss dies, we get to see if we are about to just go straight to level 79. I really hope so. Come on, you can pray something that isn't ranged. There we go. Okay, end of the floor. A corpse fawn, sure, but oh, it's 270. And the XP drop is going to be 75k, but doubled to 150k. Which leaves us 39k short of level 79. Oh, that's rough. That is rough indeed. And that was a perfect floor, like full clear floor with full clear floor with double XP. And it wasn't even an entire level. That does not bode well for us getting 80 without prestiging. So, oh, how are we doing this? Because we need to get 40k XP now. We need to get 40k XP without using cards, because we need to save all the cards we're going to get for higher floors. So I guess we just go 30, 31, do 2 guide lodges, and see if that gets us the level. And then we do floor, then we buy what cards we can, do floor 40. And go from there. But first, I'm going to pop to the restroom, be right back. Okay, I'm back. When the dungeon update happens and Iron Man can group dungeon, do you want to do some? If they make group dungeoneering not painful to do, I will happily group it. But so far, so far my assumption is going to be that it's still going to be very much doing your prestige. Because they basically they said they were gonna like make it so it's buffs instead of, like, you get buffs for doing unique floors instead of what's it called, instead of being locked out of getting XP on a certain floor. So it would be worth going back. So the idea of it would be worth going back to earlier floors to get like bigger buffs for later floors. Now, if they screw this up and make the buffs more XP, then there will end up being a most efficient way to do that, or to utilize that. And that will just put us back in the same situation we have now, where you basically have to do, like, you know, the floors that are available to you in your current prestige. And that is like the one thing dungeoneering needs to move away from. Like, if they want people to group this, then we need to not care as much about our current prestige. That's the main obstacle to grouping it. Ah, cool. I don't need to actually solve this one. I can just go through the door. Because there's no key in the middle, I can just run through the room, go through the door on the other side, and continue on. You would have assumed that opening the chest in the middle would be required to unlock the door. Given that's how every other puzzle room works. But alas, that's not the case. Okay, so crimson triangle and yellow wedge. Ooh, that would be something kind of cool. I have no idea how they would implement it. But the ability to peek gate stones. Admittedly, it's a like pretty minor value thing, because you can always just teleport to the group gate stone if it's not the key that was at the group gate stone, then you just, you know, telly on because you didn't consume the group gate stone. If you consume the personal gate stone to telly to it, you could just replace it if it wasn't correct. But I guess that's not actually required if they actually had a good map annotation system. Like here, I didn't have the silver crescent, so I just teleport on. I do have the crimson triangle, and the yellow wedge I do not have. I'm trying to keep my eye open for those melee recipes. Once we're done here, I want to go check what recipe we got. I'm just hoping that the one she was talking about wasn't the one we got. Because, I mean, if we just got one, our first recipe was the Perfect Plus potion, I will be freaking overjoyed. Wait, why am I doing optional rooms? No, bad me, bad me. This is much more a gig vibe song. Okay, that's also an optional key door. That one isn't, that yellow wedge. So we're putting a personal gatestone at yellow wedge. We must have the group gatestone one now, because there's only two critical path doors left. Oh, anyway, distract me from Dunge. What's everyone else working on? Surely it's gotta be more fun than going insane down here. This is not going to be a high return on investment rush floor. That much I'm going to say. Barely got to open any of the optional rooms. Still 20k though, that's half of what I needed. So if I get that again, then we're level 79. Which I'm assuming is going to need about 200k to get to 80. So we'll probably be able to buy 3 cards, maybe, at best. Chances of getting the Smoke Devil, what's it called? Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, I was about to say, there's an optional room. I'm still in full clear mode. Okay, blue pentagon. That's optional, and I can't even open it. That's a guardian door that I just ran past for some reason. These are both guardian doors, so I want to kill the mobs. You just got to the mahogany log, so your large POF pen is within the hour. Nice, nice. I wonder how many people got scared off by spooky dungeoneering content. Green wedge. I mean, I'm saying these to like try and reiterate them to myself, and I'm just like not even. My brain's just a sieve, so it's just. I go through a couple more rooms, and I just immediately forget. Blue pentagon. I think that was actually the group gatestone door. Are these all optional? These all look optional. I mean, a couple low-level mobs are probably worth 2 rooms. This is one thing I like about doing guide mode floors as well. It's like you can just kind of be a little bit flexible with it. Like I may as well go in and grab this key because it's going to take me like 2 seconds. Now I'm just going to go to the group gatestone and check what this was. Yeah, it was blue pentagon. And we got silver rectangle. So group gatestone is now silver rectangle. Let's check the personal gatestone. It was green wedge. I don't have green wedge yet. So we're going to that, what's it called? Guardian door that I accidentally skipped. Make guide room dark black. Lol, you can't tell. So the way that, the way it works in DG key, like I'd show you, but it genuinely won't even load the map right now. Is the critical path is like the standard like tan color that the map has, and then the non-guide what's it called, the non-guide rooms or the non-critical path rooms are gray, but they're just grayed out. See, I don't have to do the ferret room, it's optional. Woohoo! The fact that the fact I'm excited to not do content is something. That's also optional, so we'll just keep on moving. This gold wedge is not optional though, but we don't have any gatestones left for this area, so we can go check our group gatestone, which I think was, yep, silver rectangle, and it was green wedge, I think, at the personal one. That should be optional as well. Yep, that puzzle room's optional. That purple corner is... Oh, that purple corner's optional, so I don't need to worry about it. I genuinely couldn't tell that smithing door was optional. It's like the light... It's like the shading on the rooms isn't even consistent, like from the top of the screen to the middle of the screen. Imagine not waiting for the dungeoneering rework. Hey, I wanted to do rune crafting. I don't know if that makes this better or worse. Or makes my situation better or worse that I wanted to do rune crafting and that's why I'm here. But in order to get my rune crafting relic, I need 80 dungeoneering to buy the chaotic gatestone. So excuse me. Or excuse you. I don't know. Also, I guess if anyone knows about the what's it called? About the invention tools for rune crafting. Can I skip song? Since you said please, I'm curious why? But since you said please. My assumption is it's a sad memory song for you? By the crying emoji? Okay, it's just personal gatestone left. You've got me on background listen the whole time. But that song just said to you skip. Wait, you just made me skip trivia because shits and gigs? The heck? Okay, we need 180k XP. So we want to make sure we keep 7k tokens. So we get to buy 2 cards. Wait, what? What do you mean, wait, what? Trading Mantis? Ah, what? It's garbage. Thieving Lucas, double XP. Yes, we get double XP on floor 40. Okay, let's go unlock floor 40. We don't have the, what's it called? We don't have the Smoke Devil to go with it. But we'll have to make do. I have to do a C1, no, not a C1 rush of floor 1. Just not your music type, fair enough. You're not the only person here who's less into the, like, harder metal stuff. Okay, I need to C1 rush 39 to unlock 40. It's good until the point where they're screaming. I get what you're saying. You're not the only person who isn't a fan of it. I know Verdom's not a particular fan of it either. Oh, but you can use a personal gatestone in C1s. That's interesting. Ooh, wait, Necrolord, do you drop Dromo leather chaps? You drop ranged armor. Ugh. You're a Necrolord. Okay, floor 40 unlocked. Do you mind listening to one song from the music you like? Why not? What's the harm in it? Incoming polka music? Is it bad that I don't get what you mean by that? I have a music request channel in my Discord, and I eventually listen to stuff in there. Okay, Green Crescent. Group Gatestone, Green Crescent. You mean Gig makes me listen to it? Shh. Just because you're right doesn't mean you have to say it. You have to like it to like it. That's not a good start. Can I not loot that from over here? You predict an instant skip from me on that. You know what? So I can actually give it the attention. I'll listen to it after this floor. Although make sure to yell at me to actually do that, because fucking Civ mind. Like, if I were to listen to stuff off stream, it would be a lot of stuff like what you're listening to now. I have a soft spot for, like, metal covers of songs. Okay, is the group Gatestone the key I've got? No. So we're resetting to base camp and going south. The same stuff as you linked, or the similar stuff as me? Okay, there's a green corner there. Purple triangle. Oh, I really hope I can open this magical barrier one. I'm getting optional door vibes. Oh wait, hang on, I'm 99 magic. They didn't scale up the the combat level doors, right? Also, I guess random, kind of random. But have you guys seen the speed bag cover guy on YouTube? I mean, he does covers to songs, but does the like drum beat of it on a, what's it called? On a speed bag. Well, not necessarily the drum beat of it. The what's it? How would you refer to it? The main rhythm to it, I guess. Okay, do I have this one now? Nope. Do I have this one now? No, that was yellow. So that one there is yellow. Oh wait, that's not self. Man, every time I go to press surge or dive and it's like it's not on off cooldown yet, I look down at it and it's consistently, impressively consistently, like 8 or 9 seconds left on the cooldown. You know, I'm starting to think that our personal gatestone should move over here. Well, I'm gonna need to use it for this room. Okay. Personal Gatestone at Crimson Pentagon. We have a locked door, Gold Crescent. Pretty sure the Gold Crescent is rumors south of us. Construction 105. Thank you, game. Yeah, there feels like pretty much no chance I hit what's it called? It feels like no chance that I'm gonna hit 80 after this floor. It's just a question of how much. How much am I gonna miss? Yeah, that's still Crimson Pentagon. And Orange Wedge. Crimson Pentagon and Orange Wedge. Green Corner, we have that now. Okay, there is a Guardian door. Okay, I hope this Ranger drops food, because I am slowly dying, and I haven't spotted an altar yet. Oh, it's a longbow. Yeah. If I was gonna get 80 at the end of this floor, I would 100% bind that. The arrows and the well, probably not the bow. Longbows are shield bows, so they're kinda garbage. There we go, real food. Man, this floor has had us going everywhere. Also, ads are about to play. If you get them, I apologize that they are 3 minutes, but it will be an ad. It will be an hour of ad free after they are done. So maybe you won't get the whole 3 minutes, but regardless of how many you get, I'll be here when you get back. So take care of yourself while you're gone. Free yourself from ads? As in you don't have ads? Although I did get the warning that they were about to play. And then that warning went away and they didn't play? Unless it's once again skipped the warning step and just went straight to ads actually playing. Which it might have done. Okay, Crimson Pentagon over there. That's Orange Wedge. That's a door I can't open. So we have Yellow Shield. I don't think we have the green one that's at the group gatestone, because I think it was like Green Wedge or something. Like, something big that was green, not like a crescent. Maybe not. Nope, it was precisely green crescent, and I'm pretty sure this is about to be boss. No. I'm hoping I get to... I was about to say I'm hoping to see as many of the keys used as possible, because the fact I've got a key that isn't that key means that there's a minimum 3 doors I haven't opened, and probably more. Oh wait, this one gives all the elemental runes. Huge. Okay, floor 40. Double XP. How much XP is it gonna be? See what I mean? Look at the hit we took compared to the previous floor. That full clear floor was like 75k. Oh man, that was only 124k instead of the 150k we got on the previous floor. We're 52k short. I'm also assuming it didn't double tokens. Like I thought it did. Because my math would have suggested that we would have got the correct amount of tokens. So I might be 5k tokens short, so I have to go kill 1 Serb. Unless any of these cards are going to help with that. Nope. Not at all. Thank you very much for the follow, Mr. Brunch. I appreciate you very much. Okay, so what, 53k? That's 3 guided larges, let's say. How early combat level wise can you kill Serb? You've never done it. It would be nice to see someone do it. If you're using magic, I would recommend Vanquish. I don't know if I tried it with tier 70 or tier 60 Necromancy, but Necromancy did not... Actually, wait, no, Necromancy did better than Vanquish. No. I ended up doing it with tier 70 Necromancy. So I obviously tried it with tier 60 Necromancy. That sucked. And I tried it with a Gothic Staff with Earth Runes to take advantage of his weakness. And I think that also kind of sucked. Because his, like, if you... Oh, wait, no, okay, now I remember it. The problem was... His Smoldering Hide works kind of weird on smaller hits. Like, it is more aggressive towards smaller hits than... Or more aggressively diminishes smaller hits than larger hits. Also, I said I would listen to a song someone linked, so let me do that real quick. Nope. Definitely not my thing. Definitely not my thing. uh Yeah, I'll for Serb I'll show what I do for it, because the method I'll be using is pretty much just the method for doing Serb, but it will. Oh, actually, I won't be doing the full method because I won't need to use. I won't need to do the tooth creature or platypus stuff. So basically, what I found was with tier 17 necromancy or with magic with earth spells with a Gothic staff, is that Smoldering Hide, if you stayed one tile away from him, or like with a one tile gap, so you say spot him in the door, the impact on smaller hits was so much that it basically nullified some of them, rather than just like reducing them a bit. And when I say reducing them a bit, I mean he doesn't just reduce a bit. It's quite aggressive. Fucking ferrets. There we go. So I ended up having to go and get a platypus before I could kill him. So I can show you how to use the platypus to basically corner trap him so that you're in one tile range of him. So you bypass Smoldering Hide, but he can't attack you. Although careful, because apparently since the combat rework, he can actually stall on you now. Like he can stall an attack when you dive past him. So yeah, you want to leave melee prey up for like a little bit. I'd say that was a fun experience on stream, experiencing that that for the first time, but it was very confusing and made me think that I was screwing up the lure when I was not, because I was basically like, if I screwed up the lure, I was just teleporting so that I didn't die. Nice of you to wait for me to open the door before attacking me. Oh, come on. There goes half my health for no reason. Pretty sure both of these are optional. Did you know when I did sub in ED4 it was patched and it wasn't me? What do you mean it was patched? The lure worked fine. The lure worked fine, but what would happen was Sub would like stall a melee attack. Sub would stall a melee attack, and he would just literally hold it. You could stand there forever, and he wouldn't attack you. But as soon as you attacked him, he would release the stall and make you think that you were like walking out into getting attacked by him or otherwise just like breaking the lure. But it was no, it's just you get meleeed once and that's it. But also like that's terrifying to like say, because like what if you did actually screw up the lure and it resulted in you getting absolutely hammered. Remember they fixed something so we couldn't token farm? No way you didn't go in ED3 and just see if the mini bosses spawn and repeat. I mean, I did ED4 and it worked. So, I don't know. Don't know why I'd go ED3. The ED3 bosses are less safe to kill and also require you to kill more trash in the dungeon. With the rated tier 20 weapons? Huh? No, his smoldering hide was disabled when I did it. That's the whole point of using the platypus. It looks so slow because the bugger has like over 100k health. Trust me, you take the exact setup I have and try and go kill Boaty McBoatface and see how that goes. Or whatever the heck that guy's name was. What, Hunter? That guy's also got a shit ton of health. Also, you don't pray mage against him. You can bug him out so he doesn't actually get to attack you. Wait. Okay, just above a Stranglish. I was about to say, if he gave me a tier 90 bow, I was going to be very sad, because I would have had tier 90 bow and Prometheum arrows in the same floor. Yeah, Hanto is the old way of doing it before they released Cerberus. But now everyone does Cerberus because it's earlier in the dungeon, requires you to kill pretty much no trash. Oh man, Ricochet makes this easier to find the right one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go kill Cerberus once to pick up the Chaos Star. Well, not the Chaos Star, the Chaotic Gatestone. Oh, I don't even have the correct key for that. Aha! First try. You know, considering I had to get 700k XP to go from 75 to 80, it hasn't taken long. Admittedly, I'm gonna accept the fact I got a little spooned on the cards that I rolled today. Getting, got quite a few double XP cards. which was definitely above rate on those. I guess the double XP doesn't mean double tokens, because the tokens must be just calculated before the double XP is applied. Okay, I don't have the blue triangle, so we're after a blue triangle, and then I'm assuming that's... Oh wait, no, green crescent or blue triangle, they're both critical path. So one of those is going to be through this door. All of these are critical rooms. So I'm assuming we're going to have to just go one-to-one, like, for each of them, and each one will give the key to the next one. And then that will end with a key that goes all the way down to where I was talking about before. Oh, wait, no, this is... Nope, we're just going straight back there immediately. Now, if I can just get 30k off this floor, I mean, I'd have to open a fair few optional rooms to do it, I think. There are a lot of, like, just random nothing optional rooms along the side of this critical path, though. So maybe it'll be enough. Man, mobs in Dungeoneering are really not fond of getting safe spotted. Like, way more than mobs in the overworld give a damn. Okay. Bunch of optional rooms done. We have the gold, silver rectangle, so we go this way. And I'm assuming green rectangle will be boss. Okay. Extra steps, then boss. If I could stop failing random RNG checks, that'd be great. Would like to actually fight the boss. Oh, haven't seen you all night. Damn, Snapshot actually hits kind of hard. Okay, 29. I'm just shy enough. Just shy enough that I need to do another floor instead of, like, spending 100 tokens or something. So I'll just send this on a C6 guided small. And then yeah, I'll need to go do a sub kill for the 4K tokens. Okay, what's laugh? I have to say these out loud or I'll just end up picking the wrong one. And wave. How long can the critical path even be in a small, huh? You know, I imagine quite a lot of speedrunning dungeoneering is using that ability to pick what boss you fight. Because some of them are like, you can kill them in literally a couple GCDs, and then others actually got some health to them. Wait, he stuns? Didn't know that. Anyway, there we go. 80 dungeoneering. We've unlocked all the chaotic weapons that I care not for. But most importantly, I have unlocked the ability to... It's not even going to say it here, is it? No. Speaking of speedruns, you saw a VOD of someone doing it, and so they had every NPC auto-highlighted. Any idea what setting that is? Yes, that is under accessibility, under high contrast mode. You can have entity highlight always on, and you can have it border or silhouette. You can make the border bigger or smaller. You can change the colors of all of that. You know, I should make the I should make this maybe not that aggressive, but I should make this a bit bigger for my mouse overs. Yeah, that's a bit more noticeable. Having to constantly swoop the camera around to find hiding little guys is annoying. Yeah, I know what you mean. The main reason I don't play with it is because it's just I find it a bit ugly and gaudy. So if I need to use it for some reason, I'll turn it on, but by default, I'll play without it. All right, let's just grab a random mage get up. Where's my platypus? I'm gonna show off the platypus strat for this, even though I don't think I need it. So what I need to do is go to settings, and I need to change my familiar interaction to cool follower. And then I'm gonna drag the familiar interaction onto my mouse. So grab the archaeology journal. So we're gonna go to the Archaeology Guild. If you have the if you have a Zami portal, you could use that too. But it's either this or use the group interface to teleport to ED4. I'm gonna go into Zamrakian Undercity in normal mode. Now, to skip these guys, we're gonna stand here. We're gonna walk down the stairs. We're gonna get dive. We're gonna point it down there. Surge dive in the same tick. In that order. And we're gonna go over to this guy. We're gonna pull him here. Gonna make sure our what's it called? Gonna make sure our platypus is with us. Where's the little guy? Where is the little guy? Pick pet up. There he is. Alright. So, what we're gonna do is we are gonna stun Sub. And then we are going to dive past him. Not dive past him, sorry. We're gonna stun Sub, we're gonna surge past him, and then we're gonna dive to this tile here. And then we're gonna call our... Wait. Why on earth did that not stun him? Could not find a valid target. Jesus Christ. Well, I need to just heal up real quick. Yeah, you see what I mean about how the small hits are like super aggressively neutered compared to the bigger hits? Smoldering Hide does some weird stuff. Okay. So we're gonna stun him. Wait, what? My stun isn't stunning him. What on earth? Did they do something to Sub to make it so you can't stun him? Or is impact just freaking useless? I think they might have... Even without the Dungeoneering rework. It's only a free... That wasn't stunning at all. Like, not even... It wasn't stunning long, it just wasn't stunning at all. Well, I guess they fixed doing Cerberus on with Platypus then. There's probably a way to do that without stunning him, but that was the most reliable way I knew of doing it. So safe spot him and take a nap. I mean, if you don't have high enough gear, you'll tickle him. So yeah, I guess so. That is interesting. Like, I'm gonna quickly pull up the recording for my own interest. I'm gonna check his bar. The stun clears 1 tick after it appears. The stun icon clears 1 tick after it appears, so he cleanses the stun. That's what that weird animation he was doing was. That is very interesting. And probably gonna kill a hardcore at some point if they've not learned about that. Because, well, you saw how much damage he did to me, and I'm like 95 constitution. Anyway, Ring of Kinship, Chaos Star. You wonder if they made it so Scare Tactics adds the stun? No, it says here it stuns and binds. But as soon as he got stunned, he was doing like a roar to the sky kind of animation, and it was just like it looked like he was using freedom, like that kind of animation, right? Anyway, we can now buy a Chaotic Gatestone. We did all that dungeoneering and stuff, so that we can make an archaeology relic for rune crafting. I might have overdone the highlighting a little. We'll see how I feel about it. How long is what's it called? Soul Strike. Well, Soul Strike is a longer stun as well. It's a 3-second stun. So I could go test with that, and that would if it's the same length stun regardless which one you use, then that would clear things up. There we go. Nexus mod has been unlocked. So, as for... Well, first off, I need chronotes. How many chronotes do I need? I need to put on... Well, I guess technically I don't need Pouch Protector. I could just use the Lunar spell to fix my rune pouches. Assuming pouch repair unlocked at the Livid Farm. Dang it. I need 2.5k. No, I need 5k chronotes. I need 5k chronotes. Let's see what artifacts I've got to hand in. I can hand in one of each of these at their various locations. Okay. Do you need any of these? Zarosian, nope. Dragonkin? Nope. I will be fine on chronotes for quite a while once I get to 102 archaeology, because I'll start doing the 101/102 spot, and that's like the Dragonkin 2 collection. This collection, I'll be doing this a lot for leveling. So we'll be fine on chronotes once we start doing that. Yeah, I need another 2.5k, so hopefully I haven't handed anything into these guys. Oh, curses. Looks like I unfortunately did. Already cashing on these. See, the problem is, once I'm done rune crafting, I then need to get chronotes again to swap back. At least I'll be doing archaeology, Okay, that is enough. At least I'll be doing archaeology, as my AFK for a while, so I'll have the option of just doing some... I don't even know what collection I can realistically do right now. Anyway. Pouch protector, because I don't want to do livid farm just yet, which is mostly me being lazy. I'm not doing thieving as my AFK, so we'll get rid of that. Fury of the... I mean, pharmacology and Fury of the Small, I'd have to put both on. Both back on when I'm done with rune crafting, and they both cost the same. So, I'll be doing... What's it called? I'll be doing herb runs while working on rune pouches and rune crafting and stuff, so Fury of the Small is going off for now. Okay, we are set up for rune crafting. I just need to get the level for death runes, or make the... Actually, I should make my moonstone jewelry, all of it. Every single item. I have a ring of imbuing already, right? Yeah, I have a ring of imbuing. Yeah. Teleport to Smithy. Teach you how to runecraft? I don't even know if I'm going to be showing it off particularly well. Okay, I need uninstalled... well, no, I need the uninstalled bars, not... I need adamant, rune, and orichalcum. How much do I have of each? I need 2 more rune bars. Yes, I need 3 of these uninstalled bars, and then I need to go and soul them. So hopefully I have enough inks to do all this. I'm pretty sure my Ungale ritual site is set up for what's it called? Ungale ritual site should be set up for making necroplasm, which is my way of training necromancy at the moment. So I need to do all this at so just in soul material, elemental 1, elemental 2, change 2. How much of that do I already have in place? I have elemental 2s in place. Although that one was exhausted. Oh, I just need to repair the changes. Okay. Oh, what the? How are these all out of sync with each other? Feels bad to repair a rune to use it for 2 rituals. Honestly, that's why I'm just making, like, doing necroplasm rituals to get myself to 90 necromancy at the Ungale ritual site. That's my eventual plan when I eventually touch necromancy again. Because by the time I do that, I will just have inks to last me months. I genuinely don't know if this is even worth the XP to interrupt this. With only 100% solar traction, the disturbances you get are like terrible XP. Oh, yeah. Need to repair this. Yeah, there's a reason I don't like streaming ritual content. God, that was the first couple days of necromancy when it released, and we were basically like everyone was just streaming rituals for like 2 days. It was like rituals and killy tasks, and that was it for 2 days because people just wanted to unlock Razio. That was something. And then to find out all the people that were going for the 200 mil race, that everyone doing that found out, oh wait, hang on, rituals are the best way to train the skill. I guess with a high enough level setup, there's not that much difference between what's it called? There's not that much difference between like AFK in combat and doing rituals, to be honest. If anything, maybe doing rituals and having to keep an eye out for disturbances is the way to go. Fortunately, I only need to do the 3. I don't know why I'm making all the jewelry. I think it's just because if I'm gonna make one piece, I may as well just make the lot of it and never have to worry about it again. Okay, there's also an area task for doing this. So I'm gonna go change to the normal spellbook so I can enchant. I'm gonna go grab runes to enchant with. I'm assuming it's Dragonstone, right? Yeah, Dragonstone level. Then we go to Smithy. We're going to check the achievement to make sure there's no very specific requirements to where we stand when we do this. Because I can actually do the hard diary now. Like, none of this is particularly out of reach anymore. Because I have the, pretty sure I have the drumsticks to finish Old Black Magic. So I could actually do this achievement diary at some point. But first, we need to cut a moonstone, make a moonstone bracelet, and enchant a moonstone bracelet all on City of just the City of so we can do it here. So we'll cut our moonstones, doing it here to double check the achievement. Yep, all good. And then we smelt the furnace, we go to ensouled bars. We've already got the ring of imbuing, so we'll make the alteration necklace. We'll make the passing bracelet. And just in case we ever decide to play necromancy before we get a Hydrix piece of jewelry, we'll make the amulet. And then we'll enchant the conjuration amulet, I think it's called. I don't have the ball of wool. Oh, I don't have a ball of wool. It's fine, I can just buy one in RD and finish it there. So, the alteration necklace buffs all your alteration glyphs when doing rituals by 20%.
the passing bracelet allows you to teleport to different places in which I actually kind of... Oh, they made the left click of this rub instead of wear. I bet it's still left click remove. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it freaking is. They've done the same mistake again that they did with the frickin' attuned crystal teleport seed. Anyway, and then Moonstone Amulet is the Conjurer's... Oh, Conjurer's Raising Amulet. It gives a big necromancy damage boost, and your Conjure spirits do plus 5% damage. Pretty good if you're using Necro. But the main thing we are interested here is the teleport to the Haunt on the Hill, which is this little, like, owlery, I think. Because there is... You turn around, and boom, you're runecrafting. I did realize one small catch with doing necromancy runecrafting. The impure essence requirement that I do not have. I do need to do necromancy runecrafting anyway, so I guess that'll be more rituals. But there is another part to to all this, which is that I need to set my Grace of the Elves to a banking location. A very specific banking location. Where did I put where is my Grace of the Elves? There it is. I have 12. That is not even half an inventory. Even if I wasn't using rune pouches. Not allowing keybinds to be configured on items is crazy. Like, keybind for Haunt Telly instead of 2 clicks. To be fair, it's, the way the passing bracelet works now is better than it worked before. Because before, it would just take you to the first of the 3 choices when you keybound it instead of bringing up the menu. And that was definitely worse. Anyway, we're going to rebind this to the Deep Sea Fishing Hub. So if we equip our Grace of the Elves, and we teleport here, boom, bank. So the idea is we'd put the passing bracelet on. I guess we'd be in like preset 1 or something, which is kind of my don't really care preset. We'd put this on spot 2. We'd press 2, 2. Click the dark portal, surge. Go through it. Dive to whatever rune altar we're planning on using. Try not to dive into a rock. Find the essence, teleport. Bank. So that's necro rune crafting. As for... Where is the Ring of Imbuing? As for standard rune crafting, we'll be using the Abyss for that. And I actually want to go do Tears of Guthix quickly. Because if I do my Tears of Guthix, I get 65 rune crafting. I'm also going to need to go into the Abyss and collect some Abyssal Charms as well. So I can... I don't even know if I have the level for Abyssal Titans. Because those would speed this up a fair bit.
having an Abyssal Titan and all the rune pouches, we would kind of plow through our pure essence, which I only have like 50k of it. I'm kind of concerned. I am kind of concerned if I actually have enough pure essence to even get the rune pouches made. I guess I don't need all 4 of them immediately, but like I'd kind of prefer to do it all in one stint. I guess there's nothing, like, until I want to go back to pickpocketing anyway, there's nothing majorly holding me to take the rune crafting, what's it called, relics out. Like, I can still PVM without Fury of the Small, it's just very nice to have. So this twitchy eye is driving me nuts. I also have, like, no... Well, I'm definitely not going to have any rune crafting outfit by the time we're done. Hello? Why is that click box so, so non-existent from above? Oh, okay, I guess we just stay here. Nice, nice. Are we gonna hit the 200 mark? Looking a little tight, but we should do. I'm pretty sure this was the first one that moved, so. Yep, we got over 200. Wouldn't be surprised if we actually get to like level 66 off of this. I have definitely been sandbagging, oh, not even. I've been sandbagging rune crafting quite a bit to just let it get up to the point where it could make a decent rune. And also get a decent level of savvy rune crafting before I actually started training it. Because otherwise we would just burn through resources. Okay, we can make a binding rod at 70, I just saw, so. Okay, do I have any abyssal charms? Or am I gonna go be quickly grabbing some? Technically, I have an abyssal lurker pouch I could use. When's Abyssal Titan? Well, I'm definitely going the wrong direction. Abyssal Titan is 93 summoning. Yeah, I don't have the stuff for 93 summoning yet. So we'll be sticking with... Oops. We'll be sticking with Abyssal Lurkers. So I guess we can start a little session, see how this goes. I'll look into extreme rune crafting potions and stuff later. I won't be able to make power bursts for this because my herbal level's just too low. But extreme rune crafting potions would help quite a bit. Just depends if I can make a reasonable amount of them or not. So I can't use the Ashuna till 80 rune crafting. We want the Ring of Imbuing for plus 10% additional runes. Grace the Elves is our banking tool. Underworld Grimoire, that the pocket slot doesn't matter. Passing Bracelet doesn't matter for what we're doing now, but we may as well have it equipped. I literally don't think there is anything worth wearing. So what I'm just gonna do is, because I want mobile, I'm just gonna wear Subjugation.
to look cool. I don't know if it looks. I wouldn't say it looks cool, but it is what it is. Also, ads are about to start. If you get ads, they will be running for about 3 minutes, and afterwards we get an hour without them. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna pause for a second, and well, I'm basically just gonna set up the imagery while ads are playing, and then when they're done, we'll actually go through the setup proper. Where did I put my rune pouches? Oh, they're in this tab. Can definitely tell that I don't look after my bank. Is that gonna fill with pure essence or? Yeah. Oh, I need 75 rune crafting for that one. Okay, we'll be putting down an abyssal lurker. Apparently, I've heard there's a lunar spell to extend familiars. Where is it a combat spell? Oh, spiritual healing. Healing your familiar boosts its combat stats and extends its lifetime by 20% at starting bay. Can only be used once per familiar and once every 2 minutes. Delivered farm. Okay. Okay. Back to pure essence. Put it in there. Put it in there. We save the Beast of Burden familiar. What's my preset 10 currently? Herblore. I'm done with Herblore for a while, so that's fine. That can be overridden. Okay, 50 seconds till ads are up, so that's when I will do a quick run through of the setup and just show what doing a bit of rune crafting looks like. Unfortunately, no, can't use the attuner yet, can't use a crystal rod yet, so that's why the Edgeville sword is in my hand. Not sure how I'm gonna get to the... What's it called? Not sure how I'm gonna get to Edgeville once this is a crystal binding rod. I guess that's for future me to worry about. Okay, welcome back from ads, everyone. So, setup wise, pretty simple. Inventory is just your pouches, your essence. If you want to use anima stones, go ahead. Familiar is just whatever, the best abyssal familiar you can use, because they're the only ones that can hold pure essence. We're just going to teleport to Edgeville with the sword. Teleport on this guy. Mod Nexus is going to put us in here. We're going to go to the Death Altar. And just pop, then teleport to here. Bank. And repeat. Although, what the heck? That was disorienting. So that is literally just it. Now, Double Surge is super useful for this for obvious reasons. But if you're willing to have PvP enabled... Now, this is probably not worth having PvP enabled over. Wait, that did not take my familiars inventory there. Make sure to take this. Make sure he's actually got it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, if you're willing to have PvP enabled, there's some funky stuff you can do with Surge and Dive. So if you surge towards the wall, and as you come across the wall, you dive, then Surge is on like a 3 or 4 second cooldown, right? But once you have PvP enabled, Surge and Dive share a cooldown. So when you then surge, and it goes on like a 3 or 4 second cooldown for its next charge, it then puts dive on that same low cooldown. So when you get into the abyss, your dive is then available. So like I'd surge, dive here. And then here, I've got, if I have second charge of surge and I'm in PvP, I press surge here, right? And it would, I'd have pressed it earlier than that, but it would put dive, it would make dive's cooldown match surge. But because surge has a lower cooldown than dive, it then reduces dive's cooldown. So you can get a bit extra dive out if you have double surge. But you also need to have PvP enabled to cause them to sync their cooldowns. So it doesn't really work with the modern iteration of Abyss runecrafting where PvP is no longer required. Also, looking at the XP from crafting death runes, I'm very much leaning towards the necromancy rune crafting to get us up to blood runes. Because my choices are either do necromancy or do what's it called? Do death runes until I get blood runes, and then do blood runes until I get a tuner. Or do necromancy runes until I get blood runes, and then do blood runes until I get a tuner. My impression so far is that the necromancy runes would be the way to go. Because I think crafting miasma runes is probably more than 150k per hour. Tell you what, we'll bank and we'll bring up XP meter. Set it to rune crafting. And we'll do like a proper 10-minute test. Well, actually, I guess I've summoned the familiar now, right? So I may as well just use the rest of the familiar. Yeah, we'll do a test with XP meter and see what the XP is like. Yeah, I need to make sure I don't dive in the wildy. Like, I could dive away from the wall, but I want to make sure I have dive available when I go into the abyss proper. Oh man, I need to be diving even earlier than that, it seems. Yeah, 1.5k XP in inventory is not as good as I was hoping. See, the problem is well, I guess the problem with the XP at lower levels is that Savvy Runecrafting has taken the XP from the skull and turned it into a leveling benefit, right? Now, that sounds great in theory. You don't need to use the skull. The monkey paw moment for that is that at lower levels, you got the full benefit of the skull. And I don't know. Well, actually, I would not go and grab the skull to test if it was. I would not go and grab the skull to test if it's gonna give me the full amount of XP, because that seems like a really silly way to die just for a little bit more XP from death runes. I keep doing that. I could bank at Edgeville. The problem is banking at Edgeville, you end up using more of your mobility buttons. And without double surge and abusing the paired cooldown and stuff, I kind of want to just be teleporting with the sword and going straight into the wildy. I mean, this wouldn't take me long to get 70 rune crafting doing this. And then I could make a binding rod. And I could perk it. What would I perk it with? Ooh, can I get a good polishing? And does polishing work on necro runes? That's what I should look into. If polishing works on necro runes, then that could be quite a good way to get a decent amount of bone and miasma runes. Because if I were to go craft miasma runes right now, I would get barely any of them because my rune crafting level is so low, so the multiplier's low, right? It does work on necro runes. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I think we'll just keep going with death runes. I'm going to use up this abyssal familiar to not waste it. I don't like being wasteful, even if technically I'm probably better off just going and doing some rituals at this point and getting necromancy rune crafting running, but that's fine because I could just do the rituals. I just do the rituals before I stream next. The riveting rune crafting streams that are incoming. To be fair, it's basically just getting 80 rune crafting and then start a timer, see how long it takes us to get. What would it be? 460? 460 Fred, I think we need. Luck while going live. TYTY Beach. Enjoy your stream, dude. Yeah, it would be... I think it's 460 for 4 grasping rune pouches. Which would then be a pretty good way to segue into needing to do Croesus, but I'll be doing Croesus after what's it called? God, he's so far away. Barge on the skeletons might actually be a play. Someone mentioned Barge earlier. They might be onto something. Maybe I should give them. I just thought it was like really dumb. It makes me laugh, but I'm not gonna do it. Maybe I should. I was gonna say maybe I should have like a way to give someone a treato if they have a good suggestion. I have no idea how I would even do that, and that seems very demeaning at the same time. So maybe I don't do that. Also, I'm crafting one death rune at a time. I've just kind of realized. Do we try mud runes? Let's finish the 10-minute session of death runes and see where the XP kind of settles. I mean, it's not gonna settle perfectly, but it's looking kind of like about 180k per hour doing death runes. Which, you know, at 66, that's not a bad. It's not a bad XP per hour to be getting in any skill, to be honest. I'm just more concerned about my, you know, disappearing stack of pure essence. Well, I guess, what's it called? Pickpocketing can kind of solve that, but I took sticky fingers off. So I can't, well, I can use pickpocketing to solve that, but it would solve it slower than it would have before. Also, double surge would be beautiful. Am I doing enough rune crafting to merit getting double surge? I don't think I am, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, I've done this rune pouch grind on another iron before, right? Admittedly with the skull. But my understanding is that the attuner is even quicker for the thread than the skull was. Or skull was, I should say. So maybe yeah, probably not worth getting double surge just yet. I should probably work on it at some point. There's just so many things I need to work on. I'm at that point of the iron again where it's like you end up in these points on an iron where you really fixate on on one goal for a while. But then once you do that, it just like a load of branches appear. And you're just like, oh, I need to do that. I need to do that. I need to do that. I really want that. I really want that. And then just, yeah, you just end up sitting there like, what on earth do I do? I have so much to do. Some people could end up feeling really overwhelmed by that. I just make flowcharts out of it all. That's my coping mechanism. What do you have to do to make rune pouches? We've gotten a couple so far, but when rune crafting via the abyss like I am now, you get these magical threads. And you can turn 100 magical thread. There they are. Yeah. Magic thread. You can turn 100 magical thread into a rune pouch. And then once you start doing Croesus, using a few bits from Croesus, you can use a few more magical thread to upgrade it into something called a grasping rune pouch, which holds 4 runes instead of 3, and also has a passive that saves runes when used on combat spells, I believe. I believe it's just combat spells. Why haven't I done Croesus? Because I like doing Croesus once I have Crystal Mask. And I've been stalling doing the Light Within so that I didn't get Crystal Shapeshifters and... Oh, there was another Slayer mob I didn't want to unlock. Muspur, I think. Muspur or Nihils? There was a Slayer mob I didn't want to unlock in addition to Crystal Shapeshifters. So I haven't done Fate of the Gods or Light Within. As soon as I do Light Within, I will probably do quite a bit of Croesus. Well, who am I kidding? I'll end up doing a lot of Croesus. But I'm planning to do that after Zuck. Because I think I've got enough things that lead up to getting a Zuck cape to like flesh out a video with. So I don't really want to pack in more before that. Like, you think how much time I'm probably gonna spend rune crafting, right, to get all these magical thread? Actually, I don't know how long the attuner's gonna take to get the magical thread. It could be insanely fast. I don't know. But even then, all this is probably gonna be like a few minutes of explaining the different types of rune crafting methods and why I'd be doing them. So making death runes is mostly just to get some of the earlier levels. Oh yeah, we've definitely done the 10 minutes. 10-minute session. Seems like this death runes through the abyss with this banking method is about 190k an hour. So for whoever that interests. But I want to try something I want to try something else that I've heard is good. So How many pure essence have I used up already? There's no way I've used like multiple thousands, right? I could have swore I had like 55,000 of it. I must have just misremembered the number. Ugh. So I want to try taking water runes to the earth altar. Along with the runes for magic imbue. Which kind of wants me to be wearing a Steam Battle Staff. But it's fine, I won't worry about the specifics for now. So, Magic Imbue allows me to craft combination runes without using a talisman in the process. So, the idea here being that I would go to the Abyss as usual. I would go to the Earth Altar, which I don't actually know where the Earth Altar is in here. Oh, it's all the way here. Ooh, that's kind of ugly. And then I would use water runes on here. Oh no, I'd use Magic Imbue. Then I'd use water runes on there. I gave 855 XP. Death runes are better. Okay, that was not as good as I was expecting. Combination runes, I could have saw some of the better ways of getting rune crafting XP, but guess not. Well, back to death runes it is. See, that also wasn't just a, oh, it's less XP per run, so like it'd be less XP per hour. It'd just be less XP per pure essence. I don't know if there's a specific way you're supposed to do it or something, but what I just did won it. So maybe I need to ask Coach about it. Also, what the heck is this? That is a really long song name. Yeah. So what I'll do is, I mean, when I'm working, I'll be doing archaeology because that's AFK enough. But I'm not planning on streaming tomorrow because I want to just take a... I mean, I was planning to just take the evening off of RuneScape entirely, which I might still do just to give myself a slight cleanse because I've been playing it a lot the past couple weeks. So an evening to just catch up on some other things might not be a bad idea. But making a bunch of impure essence and testing out crafting miasma runes, because miasma runes are a slightly more useful thing to craft than death runes. Death runes buyable from shops. But also, depending on how things stack up with all the multiply glyphs, I might be able to get more impure essence than pure essence. So depending on how the XP per essence works out, miasma runes might end up being better XP per essence. And if they are better XP per essence, they will definitely be better XP per hour. Because instead of like having to do all this like running around through up to the Zami wizard. We'll literally just be teleporting straight outside the rune crafting, the Necro rune crafting portal, right? So technically since miasma runes are more useful to craft than death runes, it doesn't have to be better XP per hour. Even if it was the same XP per hour. It would be a better method. Also, this thing is in, like, the literal worst possible spot. For this. Does the XP buff, not XP buff, sorry. Does the additional runes that you get from completing Hero's Welcome, does that actually increase your XP gained, or is it just more runes? Because I just noticed there, I got 62 death runes in a single inventory, or I got 60 death runes in a single inventory. It was the same XP regardless. So I don't know if the I don't know if it's worth doing Hero's Welcome to get the like 5% extra runes. Because if it's 5% extra XP, then it's definitely worth. I mean, I guess technically 5% more blood runes is a good thing. You're off to bed to catch you later. Have a good night, Mordred. Thank you for hanging out today. Enjoyed our chats. Well, gone are the days of hardcores disappearing for days while they do their rune crafting grind on German worlds and such. Because yeah, doing it with the skull is stressful. This is much more appreciated. Yeah, I just realized if I'm not getting more XP for crafting multiple runes per essence. Whether I craft 60, 61, or 62, I'm getting 1650 XP. So does that mean that an extreme rune crafting potion doesn't actually increase your XP per hour? I could have swore it was your XP per hour was based on runes crafted, not essence used. This is a song I've not heard before. Time to be... My bank interface was literally open and it still teleported me instead of taking the preset out. Okay, waiting for the chorus. The verse so much isn't impressing me so far. Oh, that's the chorus. Nah, I'm good. You know, I definitely made the right choice waiting for the higher savvy rune crafting buff. Because 200k an hour is, I mean, I have less than 600k XP in the skill. So, 3 hours, I double my XP. Which I guess would be... No, it wouldn't quite be 75 rune crafting. Yeah, this isn't going to take long to get the level up for sure. Yo, what's up, Cyrus? How's it going, dude? Welcome in, welcome in. We're doing some thrilling content right now. Imagine being able to stream a hardcore doing rune crafting. Howdy, howdy, grats on the 99s earlier. TY. The hardcore is kinda progressing along quite nicely. I even have the flowchart to prove it. Is none of this clickable from this angle? I don't think any of that's clickable from that angle. Yeah, I have the flowchart to prove it. I think it's basically just the like little icon that's clickable. Yeah, let's give Cyrus his shout out real quick. Wait. Oh. Wrong command. Damn, we still alive? Okay, apparently camera angle gonna matter. Yeah, I'm testing a little bit of deaf rune crafting, because what I've done on this account so far is I basically just sandbagged my rune crafting level so the Tears of Guthix would keep going into it until I got to 65. And now it seems like defs are... That was just me clicking bad. Seems like defs are just shy of like 200k XP an hour. You've been here the whole time? Did I insinuate you won? Yeah. Yeah, welcome in everyone from Cyrus' stream. You're watching a very much inferior PVM also take on the hardcore Iron Man journey. I think I made my hardcore slightly before Cyrus. Cyrus, you made yours with the combat rework update, I believe. Which if I remember rightly, that was 2 weeks after the early game rebalance, which is when I made this account. So that puts me at 2 months, 3 weeks or something like that. We're closing in on 3 months, basically. And we very much have established a lot of the account. There's still plenty of PVM stuff to be doing. I've done some stupid things like making my Grace of the Elves and Luck of the Dwarves via doing elite clues instead of easy clues. Because I'd hate emote steps just that much. Got a Barrows die out of the those elites too. How far are you off your Mage's Arc Cape? I'm currently working on the rune pouches here. And then I basically need to do 3 bosses and get Planted Feet, Scripture of Wen, and Chi-Conk. And then I'll be good to go. The only way you know how to train your RC is via Protein Essence and the Soul Water? Yeah, one benefit of most of my gameplay experience being through an Iron Man, at least in modern times, is I actually had to learn all the sleeve, the ball and chain methods of doing stuff. Actually, I need to test something. I'm not. If these don't affect XP, I'm not going to use them. So I was getting 1650 per inventory before. I should get a little less because I've dropped an essence. But if I get more using the catalytic anima stones, maybe I use those for XP and honestly, no. I don't think I should use these before blood runes, and they also don't affect XP. Triple the runes though. XP just scales off essence. Yeah, it seems that way. I could have swore it scaled off the amount of runes you crafted, because you would. When I was training rune crafting on my main account, I was always using extremes. When I was doing blood rune crafting. So I'm assuming I was just doing that for what's it called? For profit's sake. Which it was good profit. I made like 600 mil off that 99. Yeah, I'm basically just making death runes until this familiar wears out. And then I'm gonna test out making necro runes with polishing once I hit 70 rune crafting for rune crafting main hand. You don't have to press keybinds to fill your RC pouches anymore? Nope. They get, as long as they're filled when you make the preset, they fill up when you take the preset. Yeah, when I did the previous times I've done rune crafting, I've done it twice now. Once on a main and once on my previous Iron Man. Both those times it was playing the chords to fill up your rune pouches. Take out preset 1, you press 1 and 4. Take out preset 1, you press 2 and 3. Take out preset 2. So you take out a, what's it called? Take out a power burst or your extreme or whatever you need. No need anymore. It's so much nicer. Not having double surge is kind of sad though. I don't know how quick the attuner's gonna get us our rune pouches, but I'm kind of expecting it to make it so quick that it's just not even worth going for double surge for just making the pouches. A lot of QOL we were missing, but glad they're making things better now. Yeah, the game has improved quite a quite a bit, even in the last like 2 years in that regard. Yeah, I had Reaper ask me the other day if there's like any pain points I've experienced on playing the new account. And like there were a few niggle things, but like so many of the rough edges have been kind of either sanded down, or there's some, admittedly some you just kind of accidentally bypass. Looking at you, Thieving. Thieving has solved a lot of problems. Like, hey, Zero Mechanic Arch Glacier is kind of too good for charms. Maybe it shouldn't be giving as many blue charms as it does. Hey guys, how about AFK pickpocketing gives you like 1200 charms an hour? Does that sound good? It's not quite 1200 charms an hour. That would be assuming you never fail, which requires like Crystal Mask that I don't have yet. But it's a lot of charms per hour. Wait, what? Go on. Yeah, it does send me to like see a lot of people just kind of shove everything under the nerf bandwagon. Like the insanity of like some of the stuff I've seen. Hang on, I shifted my client at some point. There we go. I didn't notice the white bar at the top. Ow. What's the strat for early game, Herb, now that Jack of Trades is gone? Grow your irrits. Pickpocket herbs from Master Farmers, Crux Druids, Crux Knights, whichever one you want. And grow your irrits. And penguins. Like, you're still using all your XP sources, like quests and penguins and troll invasion and stuff on Herblore. But, just grow your irrits. Actually do farming, grow. Bro has not seen my farming runs. The farming runs are a sacred ritual. Especially now we're about to hit 95 farming and can start getting primal fruit pulp. Which might need me to get my cooking up. Yeah, we could worry about actually using the dragon fruits after Zuck. And the angle my camera's at when I go into that place is really inconvenient. I mean, to be fair, when I was looking at like herb seed sources and stuff for getting irrits after they added them to a bunch of places, part of me was originally thinking about killing a load of moss giants early in the account to get the irrit seeds. That did end up happening because it didn't need to. Yeah, my Herblore tab is not pretty, but it's definitely stocked. Minus Miasma runes and maybe mud runes? Granule spikes. Okay, there's like a few secondaries for extremes that I'm a little bit lacking in. But I do at least have like this nice stack of Holy Overloads to get me through some bossing and Slayer for a little while. Yeah, I need to what I'm gonna do after this is, because I don't want to just hop into doing rituals. That's kind of boring. Is I'm gonna make the rune crafting rod, and I'm gonna go see what we can do for polishing. Because I think polishing necro runes would be quite a nice way to train, and maybe maybe increase the efficiency of our impure essence somewhat. I know you eventually want polishing on like a level 20 crystal binding rod, which is gonna be an experience leveling that up. And then you basically just do blood rune runs for your bloods and souls. Also, I guess technically you could use the downgrade version and do time runes and get souls that way. That's also an option, I guess. I don't know how much of a pain in the butt it is to do time runes, to be honest. I've never had to do them. Oh yeah, I should have thought about that before I took sticky fingers off. Whoops. I ran out of time runes, so I should... I need to go pickpocket more. Forgot about that. Literally everything you need probably can be pickpocketed from a mob. Like one day they're gonna add 150 thieving or something, and you can go pickpocket Zuck for an easy K. If they keep this up. If you're wondering why 150, that's the virtual max level of invention. Okay, we're almost done with our familiar. Didn't quite manage to just send 70, but we started at 65. And I'm like halfway from 68 to 69, I think. So like 3 and a bit levels. Considering I was also not doing it super optimally the whole time. Okay, this will be the last run. Because the familiar is about to bite the dust. Okay. Let's go see what we need to make this crystal rod. And see if we can even make polishing at this point, because from what I remember, having looked at polishing a little bit, is that it needed manufactured components. Skilling items, binding rod. A carved rod of pure essence. How do I make that? Carved rod of pure essence. By carving a cured rod of pure essence. Oh, okay. That's not... I was half expecting it to turn into like a whole masterwork making process after it said carving a cured version. But no, you just grab some runes and some pure essence. Go to a furnace. Make a cured rod. And you carve it. Well, that was painless. Okay, spiritual parts. The what I'm missing which we can get from just disassembling charms. I don't think I want to disassemble charms. Disassemble charms, disassemble pouches. It's literally disassemble charms or disassemble pouches. Huh, that's inconvenient. I guess I don't need these scrolls anymore. Oh, you disassemble 10 at a time. Huh. It's not good. Yeah, maybe I'm not making too many of these. They're definitely a siphon item by the sounds of it. I don't know what I expected. Better than that. But that's not gonna work either. I'm assuming I have literally no pouches. I mean, technically I have Spirit Terror Birds. Like, how much do you actually get from a gold pouch? These are easy enough to remake. 3 components per pouch? I mean, they're at least giving a lot of spiritual. Okay. So, grab all this. Oh, I guess I'm gonna do this with crimsons instead. Where's my shaman outfit? Ah, Diango has it. Oh wait, this isn't gonna work with the Tavali method, is it? Because the Tavali method has you make scrolls. And I don't think scrolls were particularly... They gave 2 per instead of 3 per. But was that due to the level, or... Let's just test it. If I sell some of these... Make Swamp Time pouches and start disassembling them. So these give 3 each. And these are a significantly higher level than the... what's it called? These are a significantly higher level than the Terror Birds I disassembled. So I guess I just do a few inventories of these and just disassemble them and go from there. Yeah, I guess this isn't too awful. Kind of expensive, because I can't trade these in for shards doing it this way, but... Again, not going to plan on making too many of these rods. Do I have any reason to keep a Swamp Titan? Attacks your target, poisoning them and dealing magic damage. Oh, wait, that's the scroll. A Swamp Titan is just a combat familiar. Is it any good? Probably not, if I've never heard of someone bothering to use them. Okay. I guess I'll keep some and actually test them out at some point. Okay, so once we've made this rod, we want to make polishing. Now, I'm hoping that it's not just a case of only a rare component can roll this perk. Huh. It is definitely not the case, and it actually looks a little easier than I expect. I did not scroll all the way down. You need some uncommon parts. Why did they make these tools so much more of a ball ache to make than, like, the fishing rod? Like, the fishing rod-o-matic is a piece of cake to make. I probably want to keep those. And that. I'm assuming I am basically out of jewelry. Yes. Do I at least have gold bars? No. Okay, we're doing this the hard way then. My playlist is finally getting to some stuff I've not heard that Gig added. Definitely feels like a bit of a whiplash compared to the other stuff in here, though. Yeah, there's one of the precious comps. Just need to get one more. This is not an ideal way of doing this, just to clarify. Like, something I do, or I did do anyway, I didn't really have the supply of sapphires on this account because I didn't do gem rocks for crafting levels. Because I just rushed Gate of Validness and did the crafting method there. But what I did on other accounts was just stick all the cut sapphires in an auto disassembler. And that gives you a bunch of faceted components and precious components to work with. Where is the rod? Runed rod. Nope, not runed rod. Rod of pure essence. There we go. One binding rod. Why does it have to specify new? Just because, wait, this thing doesn't degrade, does it? Binding rod. Augmented rune crafting tool made at 22 invention. Has 2 gizmo slots for regular and ancient gizmos. 71 rune crafting is required to use it. Okay, random. Why not 70? Binding rod alone doesn't provide any benefits. Usefulness comes from the perks. Okay, I don't know what it means about it degrading. I'm assuming you can trade them until you equip them. Wait, what? Oh, I can't even wield it. So, what I want to make is a gizmo called polishing. And it seems like there's a good way to go about it. With some not heinous components. Kind of sad to see this many dexterous components go down the drain, but scavenging 4 solves our problems. There we go. Polishing 4. Done. So that's a gizmo you don't need to be too precious about. What am I putting on the other gizmo slot though? What is rune crafting, entry prosper, polishing 4 prosper, polishing 4 prosper with enlightened 4, enhanced efficient or wise. I do not have Seren comps to go sending on wise. So I could just roll a prosper. Yeah, I could just quickly roll a prosper. I don't even need to use an ancient gizmo, so I can save some resources. There we go. Cautious doesn't matter. So polishing 4 and prosper. There we go. So the idea is we'll use this binding rod when crafting necro runes, and polishing will just have like a 12% chance? 3% per rank, right? Yeah. Has a 3% chance per rank of transmuting a gather resource to a higher tier. So 12% of what you make gets turned into the higher tier version. So you make spirit runes, and 12% of those spirit runes are instead bone runes. Etc, etc, etc. So 12% of the blood runes that you craft are soul runes instead later on. Sounds pretty good. But I need to wrap up for today. It's getting late on my end. So I'm gonna take a look at the category and see who's live. Yeoman, Fizog, Luca's live. Hatter's on Final Fantasy. Let's send a raid to Fizog. We normally raid Beach. Haven't raided Fizog in a while. Fizog's a nice chill dude. Yeah, let's spread the love a little bit. I can't just raid Beach every time. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out today. I appreciate the company and support as always. I know it was dungeoneering and rune crafting, thrilling content, but the payoff is gonna be there. The payoff is gonna be there. I probably won't be live tomorrow. I'm gonna take a day just off RuneScape, detox a little bit, and then should be coming back on Wednesday. Make some big gains. If you're following the channel, make sure to grab the Pog Dogs from the Stream Elements message there and send them Fizog's way. And yeah, I shall catch you again later in the week.